Pull up a chair. It's time to get down to the business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. Glad to be with you all here this evening. And we are currently live here on The Business to have what I think is going to be an interesting discussion for you all. Something I've been wanting to discuss here for a minute. However, before we do, there is a slight bit of housekeeping to take care of here, first of all. So I do have two young ladies with us here tonight. First of all, I would like to introduce Miss Brasia. Welcome to The Business, TikTok sensation. She is the unfiltered mama, and she is as advertised. I will tell you that. So you all have been warned. Next is Christy. Welcome to The Business also. Before we get started here, Brasia, can you give everybody your TikTok handle?
That unfiltered mama.
That is great. And Christy, would you give everyone your Instagram handle?
Yes, it's Miss Christy D.
Glad to hear that. Now, the reason why I wanted you to do that, of course, here is because, above all things, we want to make sure that things go a certain way here. I did tonight's program because obviously I want to discuss with the gentlemen what they can have or what they can expect in life and how they can expect it. But one of the things in particular here is exactly what they should be able to expect. So before we go any further here, I want to talk specifically to Christy. Let me go ahead and get her up here first. So why don't you go ahead and tell everyone where you live?
Right now I live in South Florida by way of Miami.
Okay. And how long have you lived there?
Pretty much my whole life.
Okay. And how long has that been?
About 30 years.
Okay. And how do you feel about as far as what you believe men's expectations are living in a place like Southern Florida?
I believe it's kind of, even though I live in Miami, I have a very Southern outtake. So dating in Miami can be kind of unrealistic because they believe that if they show you nice, flashy things, they can just get whatever they want. Just because they have something materialistic. So it's really hard dating in South Florida.
I can imagine it is. And so have you found yourself disappointed with the results down there?
A lot of times, yes. A lot of times I think they're crazy.
And what is it they've done that's made you think they're crazy?
Just by some of the things that they can get just because they're giving something that's material. And it's just like my body and my connection. And if we don't have a connection, I can't fake that either. And just because you're buying me a nice necklace or you're taking me out to eat, doesn't mean I have to give you my body or anything else. It's just like, thank you for the experience. Thank you for the time and the connection. But because you feel entitled to that, just because you spent a couple dollars on me, to me, that's crazy.
Well, certainly we can believe that as well. By the way, how do you think they got into a position to be able to do that? What's the most expensive gift one of these guys got you, or the most expensive thing they did that one of these guys did for you?
I guess they bought me like I would say like some red bottoms.
This was on first meeting you?
No. This is after dating. First meeting, I've gotten like maybe some Chanel perfume or something like that.
Okay. And that was just meeting you off the rip, huh?
That's just meeting me off the rip. And they thought that just because we had this gift and that mean we go home. And I'm like, no, thank you for the gift. But if it means that I don't want the gift, I don't usually take gifts because I feel like they always have something. It equals up to something.
Okay. We're very glad to understand that just because somebody buys you something doesn't necessarily mean this equals up to something.
Yeah.
But another thing to keep in mind is sometimes folks have false expectations. By the way, here on your Instagram, it does say something Miss Miramar 2019.
Yes.
Okay. So basically you've had to beat out other females in the looks department.
Yeah. Also, after running for Miss Miramar, you go for Miss Florida as well. That's the next step. So you're against a bunch of different cities from Florida. So it's a pretty competitive activity.
Okay. Well, that is good to hear here as well. Now, before we go any further here, of course, there's a reason why certain people would think those kind of things. And let me see, one last question here for you before I go to Brasia.
Okay.
You had a situation where these men meet you in Southern Florida and they kind of take liberties, because it sounds like that's what you were saying there before. They kind of take liberties. They like to take advantage of things, I guess, or they think they've got a certain amount of money, so they feel like they can take advantage of that. Is that the kind of thing you encounter down there?
Yes. Yes, all the time.
Do you feel that females do the same thing?
I'm not going to speak for myself, but I've seen it. And I know the type of females make it hard for women like me. So yeah, I can say that there's a good amount of women that do that down here.
Well, I'm glad to hear that as well. Because you see, folks, on tonight's program here, I would have liked for there to have been a better presentation. However, Christy's lighting and sound is not very good. And
It's
the
not?
reason that it isn't is because Christy was 5 minutes late showing up tonight. However, she certainly does have a laundry list of demands for the men of Southern Florida. And she can't even show up on time for a program. And I find that very interesting for that to be the case. So, Christy, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you an opportunity to reflect on your life, and you're going to see if you can get your standards a little bit better, maybe the next go around. You certainly take care out there. Now, next up here is Brasia. I get along with Brasia a little bit better. So I'm going to leave that at that. Believe it or not, I get along with Brasia a little bit better. Brasia was not on time. Brasia was way ahead of time and was all the way ready. So what is the first thing this tells us? Brasia doesn't have nearly the entitlement complex that some of these other females out there have. So before the men can take a lesson from a female about what they should be and what they should do, maybe first and foremost, that female needs to make sure that she doesn't have her head shoved firmly up her ass before she attempts to instruct men on what to expect. However, that is just me talking in this regard. And by the way, I wouldn't be flexing if I were from Miramar myself. I would be showing up early everywhere I was. It's not like you're in the really flashy part, but needless to say, that can happen too. Brasia, who's found a special place in my heart of hearts. Why don't you tell everybody where you're from?
I'm from Florida, but
Brasia's originally from Florida. Where are you at now?
I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I've been here since 2017.
Magnanimous. And which part of Florida are you originally from?
Not from whatever you said.
Okay.
Tampa area.
All right. She's from Tampa, so east of Central Florida. And Tampa used to not be all that banging. Now they got a Super Bowl championship, so the housing prices have skyrocketed there. Tonight's program, Brasia, is really, really simple. It is about, can men afford the type of female that they want? And it's a real simple concept, because if you want a nice car, it's going to cost you. If you want a nice house, it's going to cost you. And if you want a nice woman, well, guess what? That's probably going to cost you too. And for some of the guys out there who might be wondering, yes, she's gone. She's all the damn way gone. And you all understand, I don't usually do that kind of thing. However, let's be very, very clear. We run a professional operation here. And in the event where a person cannot show up on time for that, when they've literally had 2 days to prepare, like I say, if we cannot learn from you, then we will learn because of you. Now, the reason I did tonight's program here was because I saw something that really shocked the conscience. I saw this. And when I saw this, all I can say is, these fellas in Houston, what in the hell? We used to refer to it as H-Town. I guess that we understand the H stands for hypertension. I guess that's what we can figure out here. H-Town now must stand for hypertension, high cholesterol. That's all I can imagine. They call this the thick party, the swim thick. This is not swimming thick. This is just swimming big. That's all this is. And let me tell you what the reason for this is. The reason for this is because this is what happens when men's money ain't right. This is what happens when men's status ain't right. This is what happens when men don't have it together. they start redefining losing as something other than what it is. However, I could be wrong. I might just be jaded and cynical. And that's what I have Brazier here for. So she is going to correct me on the error of my ways. Brazier, tell me, what does winning look like? And does that pool party look like men who are winning?
No. No, it does not look like it's winning. It looks like it's settling. But I don't know. I mean, big girls need love too, but
Dude, okay, big girls need a treadmill, Brazier, is what they need. They don't need love. They need.
Says, you know what my sister tells me all the time? Like, she's like, that my sister is an RN. So shout out to you, Rihanna. Love you. I'm going to use you right now as my big sister. She literally says, like, we should not be advertising that. Like, that is not healthy. Like, you're right. I don't want to talk bad about anybody, but like, we got to stay. It's not good. Not only does it not, I don't want to say it doesn't look good, but it's not good. It's not healthy. And we shouldn't be promoting stuff that's not healthy for us. So that is not winning. I don't know what the hell that is, but it's not winning.
If people want to know a perfect illustration of struggle love, what you see on your screen right now, this is struggle love right there. That is what struggle love looks like. Because you can't do nothing but struggle. Picking her big ass up is going to be a struggle. But then you take a look at the fellas here. And what I'm saying is this is what they qualify for. This is it. This is what they qualify for. A man who has actually worked his entire life to get himself together, to get himself straight, to be above his peers, to actually have choices in this world, choices of where he dresses, choices of where he lives, choices of what he buys, choices of what he eats. A man who does that isn't going to end up under these circumstances. He's not going to end up. Back in the WWE, there used to be a wrestler called Viscera. Used to be Mabel with Men on a Mission. And that's what this looks like in this case. So what I'm saying is this is what losing looks like for men. And you'll have a bunch of, and these fellas thought they were flexing. That's the real thing about it. They thought they were flexing. I don't know what's worse. The fact that you had these dudes up in here, obviously life has not worked out for them at all, or the fact that they were outnumbered by these rotund ratchets at looks like to me about 8-1. It looks like for every 8 hippo-built females, there was one guy. And I really do think that's the reason these guys thought this was a flex. I think they thought it was a flex because they took a look and said, well, I'll be damned. We're outnumbered by the women. Why, there's 8 of them to every one of us. I'm winning. And that's the real issue that I have. That when men cannot win, then they start redefining their losing as something else. And I'm going to lay this firmly at the feet of the broke males of the modern generation. That it used to be broke men were quiet. It used to be that broke men didn't talk. It used to be that broke men damn sure didn't show where they went. That's what it used to be. Today, that's flown out the window. Today, they're picking up their cameras and showing themselves. And this would be something that you would pay. These would be blackmail photos. Back in the 80s, this would be called a fetish. Back in the 80s, you would have blackmail photos of a CEO doing something like this. In the modern era, Brazier, what message? I mean, now you tell me honestly, because you might think there's no problem. She did say big girls need loving. Big girls also need a waist trainer. But Brazier, if you were approached by, well, tell me, what message do you think this sends to females of today? You tell me, is there a message? Is there no message? Is everything just fine?
I don't think everything's fine. I don't know what's going on there. Like you said, they're losing maybe. Like this is the problem with boys in our generation. I wouldn't even call them men. Like they're fake flexers. So this is somebody fake flexing that they're at a pool party with a whole bunch of bad bitches. But I don't see a bad bitch, but I don't know.
Oh, I see bad as in terrible. And this is not about mocking anybody. What I'm saying is you're absolutely correct. There's not a medical professional on the planet that wouldn't be saying to themselves, oh my goodness, the cholesterol levels must be off the charts. There's no way that this is healthy. And when a man has lost the ability to be able to attract healthy, a woman's purpose primarily is to be able to nurture and raise a man's children. And first and foremost, you have to look at her because she will be an indication of where your legacy is going to go because you're literally putting it in her hands. You're literally putting it in her womb. And if this is something that a man is saying, this aight, it gives you a very good idea of what he thinks of his legacy, which is not a damn whole lot. So it shouldn't be any surprise for him then when this woman turns up here later. See, you get into these issues for a reason. You get into these circumstances for a reason. And that's the thing I'm having a conversation about here tonight. Now, before we go any further, let me go ahead and address the, forgive the figure of speech, 9,000-pound elephant in the room, if you would have a say about that. Let me be clear about a couple of things. There's a reason why I can do things the way that I do. There was a reason why I made an example out of Christy tonight. I don't care how many beauty pageants you've been to. I don't care how many men you've had swoon before here. Men who have standards can do what I did. And they can do this live and direct. Not because I'm an ass, although I am, and not because I'm difficult to deal with, although I am, but it's because I've got options. Men who don't have options have to tolerate things like that. Men who don't have options have to tolerate bad behavior, bad etiquette, bad eating habits, bad attitudes. Men with no options have to tolerate that. And then it becomes the idea that we must tolerate that. So it becomes a slippery slope that slides off into infinity. So that was the reason why I did that, was because I wanted to make an example here tonight to let the fellas know, by the way, when you have options, not only can you do that, it is obligatory that you must do that. Now, if you all agree with me, give me a thumbs up in the chat room and hit my likes for me, because my likes are low, which means maybe I pissed some people off, which means I'll go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I've already slammed the door on one person here. I can go ahead and hit the town, let me tell you, because I got options for that too. But if you all are feeling what I'm saying, if you understand that this is screwed up and sideways, if you don't think we should have to tolerate this as the way things are, if you are tired of the broke niggas of the world influencing the Christies of the world to think that we're just going to show up and accept any old thing they drag through the door, if you are tired of that, hit the damn likes for me. Because I'm speaking up for everyone here tonight. Male and female, by the way. Male and female. I'm speaking up for everyone. Because I want women to get a higher class of reward than they've been getting. I actually want women to get a higher class of reward. Right now, Ambrasia, I'm sure you will bear me witness about this. Or maybe you don't. I'm here for your opinion. Is there a whole lot of reward to being a female in society today from the guys? I mean, what are the guys really doing for you all right now?
Nothing. I feel like they're not doing nothing. I feel like social media just has a big impact on how guys think nowadays. So like she was, I know you don't want to talk about her, but giving you gifts or like fake flexing, like they got this just to get what they want. Like, I feel like they feel like they don't have to work so hard anymore. Like, and it's so crazy because I was just telling my friend this, like, they're like, oh, back in the day, women were like this. Okay, well, back in the day, men were like this. Y'all want that old school love, but y'all don't want to be an old school man where you're taking care of everything. Not saying that women shouldn't have to work, because I'm going to work for my own money regardless. But men just feel like they don't have to work as hard. After the first date, it's just, they just are so entitled, especially if they have money. So I don't know what's wrong with this generation anymore.
Well, let me go ahead and send a clear message to everyone about what she just said there as well. You all have to understand, the man who's going to change your life isn't going to be easy. And the man who is easy isn't going to change your life. Those are the rules, period.
Like that.
If you want a man to be easy, then guess what? You want easy? Let me show you, ladies, what easy looks like. If you want a man who's going to be easy for you, understand there's plenty of them out there. As a matter of fact, they're having a great big old pool party right now, as a matter of fact. There's a bunch of them who will make things easy for you. And this is what easy looks like. If a woman wants a man who is easy, this is what you can expect to get. This is where you can expect to go, if that's what you want. By the same token, fellas, if you want a female who is easy, well, yeah, you just saw easy females on the screen as well. If you want something that's a little bit better about that, that's going to go differently. That's going to go differently. Christy, stop texting me. That's the first thing I'm going to say. Christy, stop texting me. That's the first thing I want to say here, ma'am. If you had been this vocal, if you had been this studious before we got on the air, we would be listening to you as opposed to learning after you. So, Christy, I'm sending you a singing telegram. Stop texting me. You're not going to give me advice. Now, I know you're all saying to yourselves, I'll be damned, Jason was a brand new person for the last couple of weeks. No, I wasn't. I bring on my female guests and I let them speak and everything is fine there. As a matter of fact, I think you all would learn a hell of a whole lot more. Matter of fact, why don't we go ahead and get to some clearing on that? You fellas would learn a hell of a whole lot more listening to the women. And I don't mean listening to them as in taking it there, I need to hear what they have to say so they can tell me how to live my life. What I'm saying is to get an honest appraisal and assessment of exactly what to expect and exactly what they think, as opposed to what you wish they thought. And what happens is you guys got together, and no offense, but I gotta say it, you guys got together and under Kevin Samuels for 2 years, and where the hell did it get you all? You had a bunch of dudes sitting around in their little circles, regurgitating their falsehoods to each other, and no power being gained or exchanged whatsoever. Sitting around in a circle full of males talking crap about the women, what the hell did that get you? It didn't get you anything. And that's the problem. You all got to sit around and vent like hoes, but it didn't get you anything. So you sat there and had a mouthpiece who made you feel better about it, but it didn't change anything. And that's the issue. No one got empowered. No one got bigger. That wasn't a flex, fellas. 2 years later, and all you got was 2 years older. Christy, knock it off. No, I'm not going to block you. Knock it off. Now, some of you fellas thought I was being mean about this years ago. No, I wasn't. I thought you guys were interested in improving your lot in life. I really thought you guys wanted to get into a position where you would have more options. I thought you only wanted to listen to reliable sources of information that could actually get you some of that. Now what I realize is that most of you fellas are perfectly comfortable living your lives daydreaming. And that's the issue. The females are sick of a bunch of guys sitting around daydreaming. That's the issue. That's how you end up at a damn pool party with Shamu and the girls and thinking that this is fantastic.
Oh my God.
In Houston, of all places, the only thing that Houston, Texas did was tell the whole damn world, whatever you throw at us, we'll take it. Whatever it is you offer, we'll take it.
Wait, no. What does it say in the background on the screen?
It says swim thick.
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am. They're telling you that this is thick.
Not thick.
Now, you're much younger than I am, but even you know the definition of thick. This is not it. Basically, thick is supposed to have a damn limit on it. This is not thick. This is impenetrable. That's what this is at this point. Could you imagine if I bought another Escalade, I'd have to put these heifers in the cargo section. That's where I'd have to put them at. I'd have to fold down the third row seats and put them back there. If I got a G-Wagon, I would have to open up the tailgate and let them hang out with their feet hanging out the back. That's where they would have to sit at. This isn't cute. There's nothing good about this. This destroys people's morale. This destroys their motivation. I'm talking about for the men and the women. We've entered damn me wacky world now. This is a pool party. People, this would have been a skit in Animal House or Caddyshack 2 back in the 80s. If you went to Hugh Hefner's mansion, the Playboy, could you all imagine? This is the Negro Playboy mansion right here. Oh, no. Houston, you got to hold this L. Houston's got to hold this L. This is the Negro Playboy mansion. Where's Silly Willie D? Yes, I'm talking about you, Willie D. Where's Silly Willie D and the rest of the dudes in Houston there and whatnot? Is this where the Ghetto Boys took us? This is where the Ghetto Boys took us? No wonder all the action has moved to Florida and Atlanta and California. This is Houston. This is the Negro Playboy mansion in Houston. Shout out Willie D. This is what you can get. If you're a black man in Houston and you work hard, you play by the rules, you increase your income, you double and triple your net worth, you get the right house, the right car, the right status, you get your credit score up to 800. This is the female you can expect to bag in Houston. And look at them. They're there in the droves. It's like watching a herd of wildebeest at a watering hole. And this guy put a whole video online. He was proud of himself. He was proud of himself.
I gotta hear the audio. I can't.
Well, let me go ahead and get this copyright strike. Oh, I mean, let them, you can hear it. Let them do it. They doing the dang. They doing the damn thing.
They lit.
You know, this is a pool party where there's no dancing going on whatsoever. None. There is no body movement happening whatsoever. It would be too much like aerobic exercise, literally. They don't even look like the overweight cheerleader who's out there jumping around. This would be too much like that. That is it. They're all just sitting in the water, swaying to and fro. And this is what you can expect to get in Houston if you're a black man and work your ass off. This is what you qualify for. And not just one or two of them. Don't y'all see? I mean, it's a herd of them. It's a stationary herd. And the fellas are sitting there like it's the pool video part from Two Lives Crew, Me So Horny. Y'all remember Two Live Crew, Me So Horny? If you ever watched the video, yeah, the girls in the pool at the end. Yeah, these guys are sitting there like they Luke and the Two Live Crew at the pool party. That's my point. That's my damn point. No, most of you fellas can't afford pretty. Most of you cannot do so. But my issue is it's chicks like Christy that don't motivate you. And I can understand that. This lackadaisical attitude about it. You have low standard men leading to low standard females, which circles back to low standard men. And let me tell you, folks, we are circling down Dante's Inferno to the 8th or 9th level of hell. Jason, it's only 7. Oh, don't worry, we're digging. We're digging whole new levels. Did y'all ever think that hell had a basement? If you want to know what the basement of hell looks like, this is the basement of hell right here. This is what hell's basement looks like. If the devil had a floor plan for a basement, if you want to know what eternal torment looks like, it looks like this. This is like a mockery of the Muslim edict about when you die, getting 72 virgins. Could you imagine you giving your life to your religion? You've died so you can get your 72 virgins, and these are the 72 virgins. Then you're like, oh, I see why they're virgins. I see. I was wondering how you went your whole life with virginity. I see now. Now I'm trapped forever with y'all. Brazier, I will give you an opportunity to defend the females.
I mean, I don't really know what to say. I mean, I'm all about body positivity, but I don't know. I just think that that is not healthy, and that that's sending out a message that it's okay to be like that when it's not okay. I feel like, I honestly, I'm just like, I'm tired of looking at the video because it's just like, if, I mean, they lit, they doing what they doing, but that's just not something where I would see myself being at. Like,
Y'all, she's worried about her TikTok following is what she's worried about. She's worried about them. Tell the truth, Brazier. You are worried about your audience right now, that if you say what you're really thinking, they're going to light up your comment section. This is the code of omerta among females today.
canceled.
She's got like 75,000 TikTok followers, and she knows if she goes on the record saying this, even you are scared to death right now to go on the record and really go in on this because you're worried about what your female following is going to say. Can we be honest?
We can be honest. No, that too, because they gonna come for me. But I mean, they already come for me. But
I know, but you don't want them coming for you for this. This is the only thing you're scared of. Wait a minute, Jason, if I go this far right here, we got to protect the sisterhood. So yeah, there we guys. It's not going to get any better. It's not going to get any better. Here we are. This is it. This is it. This is the most we can expect right here. This is it right here. Fellas, go ahead and get your six-figure income. Go ahead and make $250,000 a year. Go ahead and get you a nice house in nice suburbs. And this is what you're going to get. And Brayshawn's going to sit right there. I mean, Brazier's going to sit right there. I say Brayshawn, sorry. Brazier's going to sit right there and be like, well, I wish I could help you, but I got to look out for me. So good luck, fellas.
I got to put me first.
There it goes. Downward hoe from here. That's it. That's all we can look for. This is it. Now I would like to motivate the fellas to do something different, but guys, I'm doing this for a reason. I know I'm hurting your eyes out there, fellas. Trust me, it's not much more fun over here for me. Believe me, I wish I had prettier things to look at too, but this is the way that works. So I wish I had cuter things to see myself. But there's a whole lesson I wanted you all to learn from this. Because the point I'm making here is that if you're going to have the life that you want, you have to be motivated. And we have let broke men set the damn standard. It used to be that in society, the broke males aspired to be the affluent males because they wanted to have something. They wanted to be able to call shots and call hands. They wanted the finer things. Now you've got a generation of man babies who are not looking to have anything better. I mean, it's a whole damn prison intellect. When you in prison, the size 22 chick roll up and it's a line of dudes around the building. You're out here on the streets free as you can be and operating under prison rules. And this shows a complete and utter disregard for your own dignity. So no, broke men can't afford pretty. This is what we get for allowing broke males to weigh in on things. This is what we get. No, we shouldn't listen to them. Yes, the reason why I said from the very beginning, I don't fool with the so-called manosphere or any of those jackasses because none of them can flex on nothing. That was the problem then, and that's the problem now. It's not something I ever want propagating. And at this point here, I got dudes in their 40s, and this is what they're dealing with. Brazier, if your baby daddy came over and hit you in the head, let me know. I'm just checking. If you came and clunked you, let me know. I don't want you to. If we need to call 911, I'll wait for the last one. Just wait to see what happens there.
No, nobody came and hit me in the head.
Okay, I'm just checking to make sure that everything is all right over there. So, however, and usually I do this for about an hour, but I'm going to go ahead and open up my phone lines here. So, fellas, I'm going to go ahead and open up the phone lines. You all can go ahead and give us a call here. Brazier's scared, but that's all right.
I'm not scared. I'm ready. Let's get it. Let's make this. Let's get it popping. Ready.
Brazier is not ready. She thinks she's ready, but she is not ready. She thinks she's ready. Brazier, how much money do you think a man needs to make today in order to have a female? In order to have a attractive female?
I don't know. I really don't think of it like that. Like, of course you.
They all tell the same lie, and
No,
y'all
I'm
know
really
I
not
got
trying.
I can get them all fixed, but they all tell the same lie.
I don't know. They should have their stuff together. You should have your own place. You should have your own car. You should have a good job. But as far as like, I can't put like a number on how much they need to make a year. I don't pocket watch. I'm just like,
What city do you live in, Brazier?
Charlotte, a whole bunch of fake flexers. So they
Okay, Charlotte, which is trying to become the Atlanta of the East. And with that being the case, are you trying to tell me you don't know what the number is? Of course, you know what the number is. There are just those like Liz who come out and say it, and those like yourself who are like, well, let me just not say it and see if I can ease them in the door as opposed to dropping it on them. Brazier, you live in Charlotte, North Carolina. What is the number?
I really don't know. I don't
Okay,
know.
so if the guy, you said this, he needs his own place and his own car, great. So he has his own place, his own car, no kids, no STDs, no debts. He makes $25,000 a year working at the kennel. So that would qualify, that would satisfy Brazier's needs.
No.
But Brazier, you just said you didn't know what the number was. What happened to I don't know what the number is? What happened to that? Let's start the number at 25,000.
No, I don't think 25,000 is good.
Why not? What's wrong with 25,000? He's a fine, upstanding citizen. He works every day. He has no debts. He's got his own place to live. He's got his own car.
What is he gonna? I don't know. That's all he's doing is working. He ain't gonna be able. What is he gonna be able to do for me? We ain't even gonna be able to go out on no dates. 25,000 a year.
Yes, you will. He'll be able to take you to Subway.
No, no. Subway ain't gonna cut it. Okay, let's say like I feel like I don't know. Let's just say 70. I'll just say 70. At least 70.
Okay, I'm gonna have you bring your friend over here in just a minute. In any case, here, $70,000. Hello, Mom. Don't worry, I'm gonna have you on camera here in just a minute because Mom knows 70,000 is not enough. Ma'am, it's 2022. 70 G's is not gonna go as far as you think it is. Here's the real thing. Now, Brazier and your mom. Hi, Mom. Brazier and your mom. By the way, he's making $70,000 a year now. How much do you expect him to be? Will you be okay with him making 10 years from now?
Like 100, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
So,
100.
okay. So in 10 years, if he's making $100,000
No,
a
that's
year,
only 20,000. That's only 30,000 more. He needs to be making like. Are we talking like just an average man or like a rich man?
which one would you like?
I mean, of course, any girl's gonna want a rich man, but
Define rich.
he probably need to be making like 300 a year. But that would probably be rich for me. But I don't know. Everybody's definition is different.
We want Brazier's definition. So Brazier's definition of rich is the only one that applies. We don't need anybody else's. So if you say 300,000 is rich, 300,000 plus is rich, then 300,000 is the number.
That's the number.
All right. So your number is 300,000.
Yep.
All right. Now, what do you think that man expects or is going to expect at a minimum? If he's making 300,000 a year, what do you think he's going to expect at a minimum from his female?
From his girlfriend, for her to like keep the house clean, cook, do what a woman's supposed to do. Keep up with the house, cook, clean.
Let me ask you a question here. And by the way, for everyone who are watching right now, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Oh, let me go ahead and open up the Zoom link as well. Brazier, I want to ask you a question about that. Do you think that cooking and cleaning the house is equivalent to $300,000?
Shit, if you taking care of the kids too.
Okay, but if he doesn't have any children?
No. I mean, she still need to be working. Like, you still need to be working, still showing like your weight is around this too, because then a lot of men think that they can just take control of you if they're paying for everything. So
Really? Okay, Brazier, we did real good. Y'all thought me and Brazier were going to get along just fine, just until she says that. He's going to take control. What does take control mean, Brazier? What does that mean?
Like, just being in control of you, like where you go, what you do, what you're wearing. Oh, well, if I'm paying for this, you can't do this, you can't do that. Like,
yeah. Yeah. He paid for your red bottoms. He paid for your dress. He pays for the car you drive. And you gonna tell him he has no authority? Really? He's making $300,000 a year. You are a beneficiary with unearned benefits. Yes, ma'am. If I buy the shoes, I buy the dress, I buy the car. Yeah. I need to know. You should be doing check-ins.
So basically, this is the scenario. He's making 300 something a year. I'm staying at home, taking care of the house and stuff. He's buying me everything I need. Then yeah, I'm gonna do what he wants me to do.
But no, you're not. No, you're not.
Well, you can't. You got to keep it a little interesting. It's going to get... Got to keep it a little interesting.
Y'all, she is nervous as hell. If she twirls that hair anymore, she's going to be able to make a fishing line. Y'all notice, I started talking about that and she starts twirling the hair. She's like, oh, hell, I'm on the record for some real ass questions now. This could change my future. Okay, what's the most money a man's ever made that you've been with? Now, notice I didn't even say date. I'm just talking about if you and the nigga was seen together. What's the most money a man made that you've been with?
I don't know. I never asked.
What? Are you happy with the results you've been receiving?
No, I'm not. Nope.
Okay, well, why were you with him if you didn't know how much money he made?
Because I was young and dumb.
Okay, I'm about to say, y'all, you know why she said that? Because her mama is sitting back there and mom's not going to lie to her later and be like, what in the hell are you talking about? You should have found out something.
She's laughing, but...
Because she knows I'm right, because her and me are probably about the same age. Yeah, that's not the right idea. Yes, you do need to know what it is. You know how I know? Because if I had a daughter, I'll be damned if I'm going to have her roaming the streets of Charlotte with just any old body who rolls by. Yes, he needs to show some intellectual competence, some physical competence, some financial competence, some social competence. Yeah, you do. No, you don't have to be balling out of control, but I'll be damned if my daughter is going to be the financial, social, and intellectual leader in the home. Negro, if she got to carry you, she might as well get 3 of you. Maybe if she adds up all your IQs, she'll have what she really needs. But the bottom line is, no, ma'am, them's the rules. Absolutely, them's the rules. And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want an exceptional man, you have to be an exceptional woman. And now you said that when I said, do you want average or rich? She said she wants rich. Now, truth be told, $300,000 a year is not rich. $300,000 a year is upper working class.
Upper working, okay.
Oh, ma'am, absolutely. $300,000 a year is upper working class. You're not rich until you get north of 2.5 million. If you're making 2.5 million a year, now you're rich. Let me explain to you why. For example, you're in the Charlotte area right now. Houses are knocking down between 350 to 400,000 on average in that Charlotte area. So it's definitely not as cheap as it used to be. Here's the issue. Depending on the interest rate that you have, you could be paying anywhere from when you get done with your 30-year mortgage, if you add up all 360 payments, which is how long a mortgage is, you could pay anywhere from $500,000 to $700,000 at the end of that. If you make $300,000 a year, you're going to have the car to go with it. If you do have kids, where are they going to school at? If you do work somewhere, what is your commute? What is the car you're driving? If you do have a woman, what is she wearing? What does she look like? So what I'm saying is you can't go off and go get that house and then have a Volkswagen Beetle sitting in front of it. That just defeats the whole purpose of it. Or go do that and then go park your kids in a hood school. What did you do all of this for, if that's the way it's going to turn out? So that's the reason why, logistically speaking, that doesn't work. And it can't work. So $300,000 a year is upper working class. You're certainly not struggling. No, you're not struggling. You're certainly not. But are you ready to go and live in the Hamptons? No. Are you ready to go and live in Myrtle Beach? No. Are you ready to go live in Jacksonville Beach? Tampa Beach? No. No, you're not. You can't name any of those affluent areas where you'd be able to say, okay, $300,000 a year is what everybody here is getting. No, you'd have to bump that up a bit. So you're not struggling, but that's a different matter. Now, why did you say that you didn't want an average guy?
Oh well, I mean, I didn't say I didn't want an average.
Oh, now she's explaining. This is what happens. You get them on the record with a man, and then they start explaining. Brazier, I thought you was butt wild and body. Go ahead, try again, ma'am. Why did you say you didn't want average?
Why wouldn't I want average? Because they're all the same. They all do the same thing. They're just, I don't know. What can they do for me? What can they do for me? That's really how I look at men nowadays. What can you do for me? And average men, I guess they can't do much because I try to give people chances and then it just goes nowhere.
Try to give them chances for what?
Like just talking, and it's just like they not talking about nothing for real. They don't have a vision. They don't, they just don't got no vision. They're just, I don't know, boring.
Boring. Go ahead. Tell me what makes the average guy boring. Inquiring minds want to know.
I mean, not boring, but I just haven't met an
You
average.
know what you said the first time. What happened to the unfiltered mama? What happened to her?
He got the book on the head. I just haven't met an average man that could do anything for me or that is giving. They're not giving me anything. I just haven't met a man, period, that's doing anything. Average, rich, nothing. So I really can't tell you that because they just ain't doing nothing. But that's all. I feel like all guys out here ain't doing nothing. They're all average to me.
All the guys out here are average to you.
Mm-hmm. That try to talk to me, at least from my experience
Okay.
in Charlotte.
So you think Charlotte is overrun with average guys?
Yes, even the ones that claim to have money are average. Absolutely.
Even the ones who now are you saying the ones who claim to have money or the ones who actually do?
Claim. I'm gonna say claim. Because I can't say if any of these guys out here do, no matter what kind of chain they got on, no matter what kind of stuff they post on social media, no matter what kind of car they drive, I don't see their bank accounts. I don't know. But then again, I don't ask either. So that's something I'm going to take from this experience and put into my relationship, because it's like you said, I should be asking these questions. I should know these things. And I have never asked these questions because I felt like, on social media, they try to make it seem like you're a gold digger if you ask about any type of money. So I kind of try to stay away from that, if that makes sense.
Fellas, I'll give you a chance to weigh in here. The telephone lines are open. The number is 646-787-1933. Zoom is open also. I get priority there, but I'm going to go ahead and hit the phone lines here. Let me get caller from area code 404. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Let me make sure I have them.
Jennifer?
Hello, Jennifer.
Jennifer from Tampa.
Wake up, Jennifer from Tampa. What's on your mind?
Hi, sorry about that. Hi, Brazier, Jason. I agree with what Brazier said about the video. It's not body positivity. I just really think it's an abomination.
Why?
Because all of those women are grossly obese. To me, body positivity is like if you have vitiligo, right? You can't help that. Or if you have a baby and you have stretch marks now, right? You can't help that. But body positivity is not owning obesity. And I feel like that's what a lot of Black women have promoted as body positivity, along with other things that are, but that's not.
I agree. And the real question is, what impression and what message does this send to everybody else? That's the real question. What message does it send to other females? What message does that send to them? What message does that send to the next generation? What message do they get from that when this right here, and it's a clown show? What message are you sending to them? Mm-hmm. That and by the way, this is just a barometer of how far along things have gotten. This used to be just completely unheard of. This would have been a skit on Saturday Night Live 30 years ago. Now this is a average, by the way, because this is not the only one. There's a number of others out there. This is actually a video that can be taken, that can be shown. The only place that swim thick, this should be if this is not being filmed live at the Jenny Craig Clinic, then there's no reason for this to be on footage anywhere. There just isn't any. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 313. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Coach Cheese, JB. What's going on? I'm from Detroit.
Coach Cheese from Detroit. What's on your mind, brother?
It's funny how these women talk about they want a man that makes $300,000 when they're not even making $300,000. They just want somebody to fund their lifestyle is what it is to me. Half of these women, they wouldn't know what to do with a man that's making $300,000. They wouldn't be able to handle the pressure from that man because that man is really going to expect something from those women. And most women are not really going to do what they want to do to be with that man. That's all I have to say.
Very interesting point there, Coach Cheese. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Brazier, I do think that is a good point, though, because if a man has become above average and the bottom 80% makes $50,000 a year or less, the top 8% makes $100,000 or more. The top 8%. So anything below $100,000 a year is going to be the bottom 92%. So if you want a guy who is in the top 8, $100,000 a year is actually the top 8% among men. And you want a guy who is actually in the top 2%. So the top 8% wasn't even enough. It's like, hey, can I get Mr. Top 2%? And you know what? That's fine. That's perfectly fine too as well. The only thing is, what is being offered to Mr. Top 2%? If everything is treated like he's Santa Claus and he's here to just drop off gifts once a year, then what's the point? What exactly is being offered to men who are going through the work? Because it's not like it's being given to them. They're having to go through a lot of work to get that. So it's not being given to them. So what are they being offered that is of equivalent value?
For if it was me personally, I mean, I could say the basic stuff like love and affection, but like, I mean, any man's going to get that from any women that they're with. Well, I mean, maybe not, but they should be getting no matter what kind of relationship you're in. And just like, I mean, honestly, I don't even know. Whatever they ask for, what do they want? What do they want? That's the real question. What would they want? We need somebody to call in that makes over $300,000 a year and tell us what they expect in their woman.
Hello, Brazier. My name's Jason Black. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was some folks on the phone line. Why don't we finish this in just a moment? Caller from area code 626. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, my name is L from LA.
L from LA. What's on your mind?
Yeah, it's crazy that when a lot of these females talk, they're asking what a guy can do for them. But the thing is, what exactly can you provide for him? Are you bilingual? Do you look good enough to be, placed out there in public while both of y'all holding hands and all that BS? Can you acclimate your life to what he got going on? Are you going to be able to help him build if he's trying to build something? These questions are not asked, and it's pitiful. It's always me, and what I want. What can you help with? Can you help with something? What's your knowledge base? Do you know about art? Do you know about machinery? Do you know anything about anything? Not saying that she's supposed to know anything about, our fields, but are you interested in learning something? I mean, all this one-way street talk is wrecking all the two-way street cars.
I think that's a really good point to make there, because if you reach the point where you have to be an extraordinary man just to have an average female, then that's just way out of whack. I mean, it's just, you have to be extraordinary or Shamu. That's what you get. You have to be extraordinary, or you get, the herd at the Houston pool party. That's what you get.
And that's another thing. I just thought about that. I heard one female mention something about control, and she mentioned it in a negative type of way. Well, look at what's going on with these females, and they're out of control. Look how they're acting. They get on the freeway and they clapping cheeks. You on the freeway and you feel like clapping cheeks, so other females get out and do it. You got people out here acting a plump. They showing they behind out here. So a little control might not be such a bad thing. I think control is whole speak for he won't let me do this with other guys. I think that's whole speak for he's cock blocking. That's exactly what I think that is.
Very good point. Thank you very much, L, for giving us a call tonight. L must have been really ventilated, because he wasn't speaking with the same baritone he usually does there. And that's a very good point to make there as well, because being Brazier, do you think the most females today are unreal? I hear what your complaints are about the men in Charlotte. Do you think the men in Charlotte would have the complaint that the females are unrealistic?
I do think some females are unrealistic.
Wait a minute, some or females as a group in Charlotte? The average female is unrealistic.
I will say yes and no. Because I hear a lot about like, oh, if he can't pay my bills, I can't be with him, blah, blah, blah. But then, and I do agree with the guy that was just on the phone, like the things he was saying as far as like, are you willing to learn? Like, I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to teach. And some of these women out here just want to be taken care of. Like, they don't want to do anything at all. They don't want to work. They don't want to do nothing. They just want to be taken care of. Give me this money. Give me this. Like, pay my bills. So I really think that's unrealistic. But some of it can be realistic if you like a man's going to want to do more for you if you're putting in the same work that he is, even if it's not financially, like, helping him with what he's got going on, and just supporting him, trying to learn from him, teaching him. So I will say yes and no.
I don't know how old your mom is, and I won't ask a lady's age, but I will say one thing. When she was 29 or 30 years old, was she saying, I need a man who makes $150,000 a year, which is half what you were saying? Was your mom saying, look here, I can't make it unless he's making $150,000 a year in $1990?
No. Or you want to ask her?
Yes, I would love to ask your mom. Mom.
Oh, shit.
Shed a little light on this for us.
Mom, they want to ask you a question.
Hi, Mom.
Hello.
Hello, Mom.
How you doing?
It's just you, me, and a few thousand of our closest friends. Don't worry. Don't be nervous.
Okay.
Let me find out here. Back when you were 29 years old, how much money a year were you expecting the man you want to be with to make? Be honest. Don't hold back, baby. At this point in your life, just let it go. Just be honest. Just tell the truth. What were you expecting?
I mean, my husband at the time was making, about 80 a year. So I was, I was comfortable with that.
Okay, $80,000 a year. About what year, circa time period, were you married in?
You said when I was 29, so that was, let me see, 12 years ago.
Okay. So 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And 10 years prior to that, around 2000, was that what you were looking for back when you were 19, 20?
Oh yeah. Yeah, back when I was young, yeah. I mean, I thought, yeah, we were living good.
That was back then. How about now? Price of gas is $4 a gallon. The median price of a home in America today is $450,000. The price of milk is damn near as much as the price of gas. Won't even talk about things like private school education, cost of a car, if you can find one on a car lot right now. And then, of course, where you're going to work at. So we can go down the list. You didn't even require high-speed internet back in the year 2000 to get a job. Now you have to have it. So with all that being piled on there today, what would you be desirous for a man to have?
I mean, like you said, nowadays, food, gas, cost of living, I'd say at least 200,000 a year.
$200,000 a year. So that's going to be a guy in the top 2%.
What's that?
That's going to be a man in the top 2% of earners.
Mm-hmm.
The other 98% aren't really going to come anywhere near that. As a matter of fact, I'll be generous. We'll stretch that to 3%.
Okay.
We'll stretch that to 3%.
I'm not a gold digger. You know, I just want to be comfortable. I just want to be able to pay my bills on time and live comfortably.
What is comfortable?
You know, like I said, pay my bills on time to, you know, if I want to go out and buy myself, you know, an outfit or, you know, go on a mini vacay with my girls or, you know, go to lunch with my girls. I mean, I'm comfortable. I'm able to do that.
What kind of man was your husband?
Be filtered, unfiltered.
Personality wise.
Then and now, he still has a shitty personality. He was an alcoholic, a woman beater. The only thing he did do right was provide financially.
Was he an alcoholic when you met him?
No.
So after he met you, he started drinking. That's what you're saying.
I guess so. I mean, he was drinking before, but
okay, I'm just asking questions now. I'm just saying if the math ain't mathing, but she's saying he wasn't drinking beforehand. He didn't start drinking until he married me. Then he found the bottle. So I'm like, okay, I'm just trying to walk you backwards. I'm just trying to find out. That's all. So, but did that run in the family?
In his family?
Yes.
His dad was an alcoholic.
Did you have a choice between him and somebody else, by the way? Usually when women have that choice to marry somebody, they're choosing between one man and another man. So who was the other guy? Now she knows I'm telling the truth. So we had the choice between this guy and the other guy. What was the other guy like? Was he too square? Was he too boring? Was he too stiff? Was he too nerdy? What was the other guy like? The one you said no to. What was he like?
A cheater, a drug dealer.
Ma'am, how are you attracting all these paragons of virtue at the age of 29?
Bad choices.
Now, Mom, can we just keep it 100 for a minute? You liked it. These were the bad boys. They were exciting. They were getting into things. They were not boring. Can we just keep it real? Because you come from the Tupac era. So just can we keep it 100? These guys were exciting. It was thug life. That was what attracted you to them.
Yeah, maybe. Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe. Come on now. Give the next generation the straight skinny, Mom. Just say it like it is. Yes, I was excited by that. It was great. It was wonderful. Till I tried to marry this nigga. Then I realized, oh, hell, this is not something you want to be handcuffed to for the rest of your life.
Damn decision.
But can we just keep it real? All the chicks in the 90s, can we just be honest? That was exciting, y'all, back then. That's what we like. Look here, he got the shades, he's got the lokes, he's sagging his pants, he's hanging out with the dudes on the block. The other girls think he's swaggy, and I'm the one with my light-skinned self. I bagged him, and the rest of them are sitting out here wishing they had him. Can we just keep it real, Mom? That's what it is. I mean, that's what it was. It's not what it is now. That's what it was.
Yeah. Yeah. That back then, definitely not now.
Not now.
No.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay, now let's now I got to get into trouble. Mom, if you could find one who could keep himself out of jail, would you go for it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nobody, what can they do for me if they locked up?
Exactly. I'm saying all things remaining equal. He could do all the stuff he was doing on the block before, just so long as he doesn't get put in jail, just as long as he stay out of jail.
Because damn himself, we good.
Okay, thank you. That's my point. So he could still hit the block and he could still hang out with the fellas and puff a little weed and stuff like that. As long as he can keep himself out of criminal trouble, you would take him today.
Maybe.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying right there. Them tattoos ain't gonna pay for themselves. So that's the whole point I'm making is that, yes, the fellas need to understand, especially if his money's right about that. So I would like the older generation, just be honest with the young chicks. Look here, damn it, we wanted swaggy back then too. I was there, I watched it. So that was going to occur. And that's why she's keeping her hair black now. She got to make sure, just in case she got to pull a new one. That's why she got to hit the block on Friday, just in case she needs to pull a new one now. She's not going to let it go. So, Brazier, I hope you're looking out, because if Mom gets a chance to pull it, just believe me, she's going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to do it.
Oh, I'm looking for that man to sweep me up off my feet.
Okay. So, Mom, how old are you?
41.
Okay. You're looking for him to sweep you off your feet at 41.
Mm-hmm.
How many kids you got, Mom?
5.
Why you look away?
Yeah, she's like, she didn't know I was going to ask that right there. Mom, 41 years old with 5 kids. How old's the youngest?
My twins, they're 19.
Okay, well, hell, they're almost a non-factor. I'll go ahead and leave that. They're almost a non-factor. Mom, what does sweeping you off your feet at 41 look like at this point?
Mm-hmm. Sweep me off of my feet. A man that, can take care of me, take me on vacations, spoil me.
Yeah, you got to point it down some. Spoil you. What does spoiling Mom at 41 look like?
I want to travel. I want to go to Jamaica. I want to go to Africa. I want to eat at extravagant restaurants.
Point the camera down some more, Mom.
Oh, my bad.
A little bit more. There you go. Nailed it. She wants to eat at extravagant restaurants. She wants to go to Emerald's. She wants to go to Epic Grill.
Dubai. Yeah.
Did you say Dubai?
Yes.
Mom. Okay. Light of reality here. Are you looking at your screen right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, ma'am. If you're going to Dubai, you got to understand, you got to qualify to go to Dubai. Are you sure you're ready for this? I'm just wondering. Mom says she wants Brazier. Mom says she wants to go.
I don't look like that.
I'm just saying, are you sure you are Dubai ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Why? I can't be ready because I don't look like that?
I'm not the one making that decision. What I'm saying is the men who are going to Dubai and paying the way to get there. I'm just wondering, do you think? I'm just saying, Mom, I'm not here. Jason, don't crush the hopes and the dreams. I'm here to crush the hopes and dreams. Mom, Dubai. She didn't say Detroit. She said Dubai. The Burj Khalifa.
Yeah.
And I know that's where you want to go. Ma'am, you don't want a guy in the top 3%. She wants a guy in the top 0.5%.
Right.
Do you think we can still do that, Mom?
My face. How did I get pulled into this?
Because you are the light of wisdom that we have been looking for here. So don't get me wrong. I am very appreciative of it, by the way. Brazier, I'm so glad your mom is
she's about to sit right next to me.
I'm so glad she is forthcoming about this. This is exactly the kind of thing that we need. It's exactly the kind of thing that we need. Are you going to Dubai, Brazier?
I definitely would go to Dubai if somebody took me.
Okay, Mom, are you giving her lessons? Tell Mom come closer. Come over here, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Mom, have you been coaching her on how to get to Dubai?
No.
Why not?
She's grown. She knows what she wants. She knows what she needs. So, I mean, she's smart. She's not stupid. She knows what kind of man she's looking for, what she wants to do with her life. I mean, what I want to do and the things I want to do might not be what she wants to do. So,
okay, Mom wants to go to Dubai. Brazier wants to go to Dubai. So far, it looks like both of y'all be sitting on this plane together going over there is what it looks like to me right now. So I'm just saying, but would it be a night if you did? Look, the guys who can afford to do that in all seriousness. Now you're talking about the top 1% or 1/2 of 1%. If you're going to be doing it on a regular basis, because that's not going to be that's not. First of all, it's not a cheap trick to go once. There's going to be thousands of dollars to go once. If you're going to be making that trip once every 2 years, and forget just going there, if you're going to be going to something similar, Cozumel, Tahiti, the Caribbean, we can take that on a regular basis. You're going to need a fellow who's holding to be able to do that, especially on a regular basis. That's going to be a thing to take care of there. And I'm going to be straight with you here, Mom. So I'm glad that you joined us here tonight. And everybody, I'm going to do something I usually don't do. What I'm going to do is only show them on the screen because I want to thank your mother, first of all. What was your name again, Mom, if I may ask?
Jennifer.
Hello, Jennifer. Thank you very much for joining us because there's a question I want to ask here. Now, I'm going to say this. I don't want you to say anything. Don't say anything at all. I get the sneaking suspicion. I don't know why. I get the sneaking suspicion that Mom might be a year or two older than 41. I get the sneaking suspicion she might be. If I'm wrong, I am just way off if I'm wrong. There's a reason why I'm saying that. Okay. Mom.
Why?
Well, there's a reason why I'm saying that.
I look older than 41.
No, I just caught you. I just caught you late at night. Don't worry about that. Here's my real thing about it. You said something about your ex-husband. He was a good provider, but that he was bad at everything else, personality-wise. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you something. Alcohol use to the side. What type of man do you think it is in this modern environment? And modern environment, I'm talking about since 2000, who is able to overcome all those obstacles to be able to get to a point where he makes $250,000, $350,000, $400,000 a year. What type of personality do you think that man has? Do you think that's Mr. Rogers? Do you think that's, a school teacher, a substitute teacher? He's just Huggy Bear with the kids. I'm just saying, like, what type of personality do you think it takes for a person to do that? I mean, for a man, let me say for a man to do that.
He had that personality. Like, he was a go-getter, a hard worker. But like I said, he was just bad and, with everything else.
But what type of personality do you think does it take then?
Somebody that's motivated, that, wants...
But do you think that that's going to be a touchy-feely nice guy?
Could be. Yeah.
So in other words, you want him to be Khal Drogo Gladiator on the street. And then when he comes home with you, he's going to flip a switch and be all my children roses and Valentines when he gets home.
I don't want that all the time, though. You're the one that come up with that, bad boy shit being on the streets. Like, I'm not into that shit anymore. Yeah. You came up with all that.
So you're saying you retired from it?
Yes.
Okay. But she liked it. And the reason why you liked it is because it takes a certain type of personality. If the average guy could do that, then most men would have it. But they don't, because it is hard to excel. Even on the singular metric of income, that's hard. Your daughter has made some waves on TikTok. That's not easy. That's not simple. Everybody doesn't just walk in and do that. And that's just for her at her age. With, relatively speaking, I'm not diminishing it, but you got folks who have subscribers in the hundreds of thousands and millions. But even to get where she is, that's not going to be given to you. So yes, Brasia is rough around the edges, and she can be abrasive to people who meet her. However, for her to be able to succeed at what she does, that ain't nice girl territory. You're going to have to be somebody who can throw some sharp elbows if you need to. You're going to have to be somebody who can cut folk off in traffic if you need to. Folks don't just give you that. Now, for a man who is going to be expected to carry himself and a woman, and not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 children, and I'm wondering, were those his only 5 kids?
My ex-husband?
Yes.
No.
Did he have children when you met him?
He had, yes, 1.
So he's carrying not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 children and a red bone and himself.
Had another one in the marriage.
So he's carrying a lot. Now, I'm not going to go into his family dynamic or anything like that. He's not here to defend himself. So I'm not going to ask questions that would go into his family dynamic. I will only speak on the one thing I know. What type of personality would he have to be to even do that? And I'm not saying he was a sterling individual. I'm not saying that. I don't know him to say one way or the other. But what I am saying is, imagine if he were making twice that. Take a look at what he had to be to make $80,000 a year. What would he have to be to make 160? And I'm talking about if somebody says, you got to do this. Because in his case, if he got 5 kids, well, he got to pull the weight. He doesn't have a choice. He's got to do this. Now, whether he did a sterling job at it or not, I don't know. I'm not here to speak on that. But that's that's the burden that's being put on him. Do you understand that's not easy?
Mm-hmm.
When somebody's saying you got to do this, there's no excuses. And every year that goes by, his woman ain't hearing a bunch of excuses anymore. Either it gets pulled or it's hell when he comes to the door. Now, fast forward 20, 30 years, and here's your daughter. And now she wants a dude knocking down 4 times that amount. 4 times. And I'm not even saying she shouldn't want it. What I am saying is, in the year 2022, everybody wants that dude. Every female wants that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What, in this world, who gives you $300,000 a year?
You gotta pardon me.
She's got to go get her authorized medicine. I understand. But Brasia, my thing about it though is, who gives you that? And that's important, because what type of personality is he going to be? I hear that kind of thing all the time. I hear that kind of thing all the time about how difficult men are in those circumstances. But what I don't hear is, by the way, you can't be a damn Care Bear and knocking down $300,000 a year. That's not Mr. Nice Guy. That's not Mr. Mom. So that's the other part right there. You if you're going to put the burden on somebody and say, I want you to perform. These other guys are making $50,000 a year on average. You got to be making 6 times that amount with the same 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 arms. But you need to do 6 times that amount. Brasia, is that going to be Mr. Nice Guy? Is that going to be Mr. dancing through the tulips and ballroom dancing with you and whatever that fantasy would be? Is that going to be him? Does a guy like that make $300,000 a year?
No, that's going to be cutthroat, ruthless, tired, determined, by all means necessary. That's what that's going to be.
And you know why? Because that's going to be his competition.
Exactly.
The other fellas out there trying to get 150,000 are going to be willing to do stuff he ain't even thinking about doing. And he wants to get twice as much as them. That's what it means to be competitive. So when I hear things like that, and I'm not saying one way or the other what his personality was like, I'm not saying one thing or the other about that. What I am going to say is this idea that we are going to find this productive simp, this idea that we are going to find this killer Care Bear, the idea that we are going to find this ruthless cream puff, that's the problem. If you say this thing, once you say that number 300,000, you have just eliminated 99% of the quote touchy feely nice guys. And if you could find one, it's Russell Wilson. He's already taken. What you're going to be left with are hustlers. You say go-getters, but yeah, I mean, that's going to be cutthroat. It's going to be. You can't make this any other way. That would be like me saying that I want a female who's a 10, but I don't want her to be in the mirror for 2 hours a day. What? How the hell do you think she became a 10?
Right, or at the gym all the time.
Yes, you spend too much time at the gym. Okay. Size 16 incoming. That's what will happen. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to being realistic, that's what I mean. Your number is not the issue. I'm not saying your number's wrong. You can have the number. Go ahead and do that. I'm not saying whether you can or can't be. I wanted to have this discussion with your mom, and I think she's been very gracious. I appreciate that. So that everyone can understand something. I'm going to take what she said about her ex-husband, the other potential, or anybody else at face value. That ain't going to be no nice guy. Now, $80,000 a year, once again, that's going to be the top 18%, somewhere around there. It's going to be top 18%, somewhere around there. Top 13% is $90,000 a year. Top 20% is $50,000. So 18 is somewhere around $80,000 a year is going to be somewhere around 18, 16, top 18, 16%. And think about that for a few moments. That's all. To get in the top 20%, you got to do that. That's not nice guy territory to begin with. I want to ask you a question, not mom. What are you willing to sacrifice for that?
For what?
What are you willing to sacrifice to have an above average go-getter? What are you willing to sacrifice to have that man who brings you no excuses? What are you willing to sacrifice? Because you've got this dream dude in your head. He's this compassionate thug. He sits up here and tramples the rest of the world, but he treats you like a delicate flower. We all know y'all got that in your heads. But you also know that's not real. So what are you willing to sacrifice to have Mr. Go-Getter?
If I was to sacrifice, I don't know, because, well, I mean, our time, I would say our time together, but that doesn't matter whether I wanted to sacrifice it or not. He's going to have to do what he got to do anyway, so it doesn't matter.
The reason why I bring that up is because your mom said something there, about he was an ass. I won't finish the statement there, but she was right. And you know what? He probably was.
That's fine. I don't want somebody to treat me like shit, but,
but what does that mean?
Like, just treat me like, try to downplay me, like, just make me feel like I'm less than, or I'm like, not good enough. Just make me feel like shit emotionally. And I'm damn sure not gonna let nobody put their hands on me. So I'm not sacrificing that. I'm not even gonna tolerate that mess. But just talking to me like I'm not shit just because, I don't make as much money as them, or whatever the case may be.
Brazier.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Shoot, go ahead. I'm ready.
Now that you and I are such great, lifelong friends and everything, and we're getting along great. That's right. That's you and me right there. Brazier, have you ever touched another female in anger?
Yo, fans know my business.
Ma'am, I'm sure the statute of limitations is passed. So
it's been a while. Yes, I have.
I'm about to say it may not have passed yet. So if you're still under indictment, I would recommend you contact counsel first before you answer that. At least give a vague answer. Just say I plead the fifth. That'd be fine. But Brazier,
haven't we all? I feel like every girl has.
Yes, and you know what? All due respect to Big Mama Jen, she done drugged some hoes.
She most definitely has.
I mean, she done drugged some hoes. She got some
I've ever been in. So
no, she got some hoes in Charlotte to this day who will cross the street or go back the other direction if they see her coming. Am I lying?
That's a fact. That's factual.
Okay, thank you. So how did she treat the men? Now, stop before you start your freight train of thoughts going. What I'm saying is, it takes a certain type of man to deal with that kind of woman. That ain't gonna be no Huggy Bear type nigga neither. So she is rowdy and bowdy, and you're not going to convince me. I'm from Louisiana. I grew up around a bunch of sassy red bones. You're not going to convince me for one moment that if she didn't like them, she wasn't up in the dude's face. Nobody's going to convince me because that's who she is. You know what? I accept that. She's rough. She rough cut. That's cool. That's fine. But what I am saying is she wasn't going to take no soft dude anyway. She would have nothing but disdain and contempt for him. She'd be like, I'll be damned. You're nice, but you too damn soft. I'm rougher than you are. Don't tell me you're going to defend me in a physical situation. Nigga, you can't handle me. How am I going to believe you're going to handle somebody else? So what I'm saying is that this is something that gets trotted around everywhere, and I just find it to be very interesting. The females who would knuckle up on you first are the first ones claiming that we need a kinder, gentler world.
Right.
And I am not saying that it should be the damn WWE at your house. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, is I could see it different if it was Coretta Scott King and she just said, well, you know, Jason, I just feel that all of us should do this together. And okay, that ain't y'all. That's not what it is. That's not what it is. And if you had a dude like that, you're not going to be happy with him. You're just not.
So I don't.
You can be like, this fella's too damn soft.
So I don't need a soft dude, is what you're saying.
You don't need. I'm saying that I don't see you getting along with him because at the end of the day, a woman wants a man she can submit to.
Right. That's facts. I'm very submissive, actually.
Yeah. Here's the issue. You ain't going to submit to a man's personality. You're not going to submit. Hello, Brazier. I'm Mr. Nice Guy. I go to church and Bible study meeting here, and I read daycare books to the children at the orphanage. That's great, but that is not going to get Brazier to submit to you. Oh, and I make $250,000 a year. That's wonderful, but Brazier's not going to submit to you. She might submit to your wallet, but she's not going to submit to you because your personality is not stronger than hers. And this is the conversation that we don't have. Bottom line is, your mom married that man. I'm not sure if that was. I'm not going to go into whether that was your father or not. Okay, that was okay. She married him because he was the one who could submit her.
Right.
She had her options of all the others, and she chose what women always do: the strongest male. That was what, and that's nature. That's biology. That's not a matter of decision. That's biology, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as he's competent. As long as he is competent. So once again, I can't speak on him personally. I don't know the man. I would have other questions to ask. He's not here to defend himself. So I'm not going to go into that. What I will say is I'm not going to sit here and second guess her choices. I'm going to say that women have done this since the beginning of time. So this idea that this is somehow something way outlandish is silly. Women have always chosen the strongest, most capable male. Why wouldn't you?
Right.
But what makes him strongest and most capable? Brazier, you gonna test a nigga. And you know it. Your mama wrote the book on testing dudes. And you know it. That's where you got it from. You ain't gonna, even if he sits there on the couch every single day, read the newspaper and doesn't mess with you at all, you're gonna knock that thing out of his hands just to see what he does.
And I pictured it in my head right before you said it. Like, what the? See?
You're not going to be okay with that. So I'm saying we have to keep up this facade and this, that, and the other. It's like, no, she is not going to be happy with that at all. She is going to want to see you're capable of something. So they're going to test you about that. So that doesn't mean that dudes need to be, I've always told people that doesn't mean somebody needs to be chasing around the house with a butcher knife. Hell no. I would never tell people get a divorce. I'm like, okay, if he's chasing around the house with a butcher knife, maybe you need to live in a different house. I'm not going to tell you to get a divorce, but maybe you need to be in a different home. Certainly don't let that happen. But by the same token, if you want a man who's going to conquer the world, that's not going to be no pussycat. That's not going to be a Care Bear. You're going to test him. He's going to show you found the right one for it. Now, I don't want him dropping you out of a window. We don't want that. We don't want that. However, y'all know how you do. You know how you do. And if you want a guy who's going to conquer the rest of the world, then that's what it's going to be. And this dichotomy that we have, this conflict where we say we want Mr. Care Bear to go conquer the world and then come back home and have this schizophrenic thing where he's half the time he's a Care Bear with me. And then when I need to get some loving, he's going to switch back. That's schizophrenic.
Like a Gemini.
I am clueless about astrology altogether. Eve is my host. She's one of my moderators in the chat, so she's the astrology addict.
Really?
So I'll let
X sign.
Who me?
Yes.
What is my sign? Stop sign.
When's your birthday?
The 5th of July.
Cancer. Oh Lord.
Caller from area code 973. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's going on? This is Nadeem from New Jersey, Jason. I just got a question for the young lady, and I'll drop off. You said that in the Charlotte area, you haven't really found men that was interesting. Outside of your look and TikTok, what makes you interested in our look?
All right, good. He said outside of TikTok, what makes you interesting?
What makes me interesting? I'm a vibe. Like I'm real goofy. I like to crack jokes. Like I like art. And I'm really family oriented. I like to be with my family, and I just like to laugh and have a good time, watch shows and stuff. I feel like I'm smart, and I got a good head on my shoulders, and I like to try new things.
What kind of new things?
Like anything. Like I never been hiking. I want to go hiking. Anything. Like I'm down to try. I'm very open minded.
Snowboarding.
I would do snowboarding.
Spelunking.
What?
Spelunking.
I don't know what that is. You're gonna have to teach me.
Rock climbing.
Rock climbing. What, like at like a arcade or something? I'm not climbing no mountains. Is that interesting to you? Is that interesting enough?
Yeah, I mean, it could be interesting enough. Brazier, are you shooting your shot?
Well, I don't know. Is he shooting his shot?
We'll discuss this off air. Caller from area code 561. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's going on, Jason? Can you hear me?
Yeah, on your Enterprise CB phone. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, my sign is stop sign too. I just want to ask the lady. She got a tattoo on her chest, and she live in a big major city, and she sound exactly the same as every other girl. I'm 23 years old, and I'm not seeing any type of difference what she's saying or how she looks like. I just want to know if you're looking for $100,000 man. First of all, have you ever dated one before? And
No.
if so, can't be a hood nigga, just a regular nigga that's working $100,000 job. So let's get that out the way. It seems like these girls from Chicago, Illinois, New Orleans, Atlanta, all these major cities always have this big, ego going on where they think that they're the only girl in the world. Shawty, you're not the only chick out there. All of y'all like dancing birds. So, you know what I mean? Any man in his right mind could just move on. You know what I'm saying?
And
So
then
you're gonna be by
Okay,
yourself,
let's
like
let her address.
unfortunately.
Let's let her address what you said.
you can move on if you want to. He asked me a number and I gave him one. I really started off at 70, so we can put it right there. I did start off at 70. Honestly, we're like off cameras, like real life. I really don't care about the money. I care about how somebody treats me. Of course, I want to make that's an extra, that's a bonus. I'm not gonna want to mess with no bum. I don't think you would want to mess with a bummy girl either. So I'm gonna just nip that in the bud right there. But I mean, I appreciate your feedback.
I think money is not the only thing.
It's not the only.
But it's a requisite. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Money is not a singular factor. No, but it's absolutely essential. It's absolutely a requisite. You're not going to be able. I mean, it doesn't. Having money doesn't make you an alpha at all. But
no,
you can't be an alpha without it. So the real thing is, what are we going to give up for it? Because you can't be one without it. It doesn't work without it. Like what? I don't even think you can have fun without it.
you can't. I mean,
So, say again?
we can go on walks downtown, window shopping, but is that? I mean, how many times can we do that before it gets boring?
Well, the real thing is because that's struggle. And there's only so much struggling you're going to want to do. There's only so much that you'll be willing to tolerate of that. There's only so much of that. And with that being the case, that's not going to be something that you can do on a regular basis. That's eventually going to wear you the hell out. What I'm saying is that a woman's got to choose to make her sacrifices. You got to make your sacrifices. And then it just becomes, okay, what am I going to sacrifice?
And what are some things that women sacrifice? I'm asking you, like, that you've seen. Because when you say sacrifices, I just want an idea of, like, what you mean.
Okay. You know what? Let me go ahead and answer that question for you here. But before I do, let me just bring on Let's. Looks like he's getting lit over there.
Nah, just water.
Okay, I thought he was getting drunk already, dude. I say it's early. Wait.
Way too early.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, I want to ask the young lady actually the question that you just basically asked. Like,
back your phone up, bro. You look like one of the goons from Popeye. Back the phone up.
Man, my bad. But yeah, basically, is this good?
Yes, hold the phone still, please. Okay, looks like an episode of Cops.
All right, let me get my Malcolm X. So, yeah.
Right.
Let me ask her this question though. But what does she do besides TikTok? I know she getting her back on TikTok. Because we don't care about that success. What can she do to bring peace to the house? You know what I'm saying? Because honestly, that's the only thing that we care about. But more than this peace, but can she peace at least to the household? Because a lot of women nowadays just want to live in this utopia world and take flights to Dubai and have this Cinderella story. But what does she do for? What can she do for a man? If she get the man and her caliber or anything that she sacrifice, basically. The easy question.
Okay, so what can I bring to the household? Like not financially, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I can cook, I can clean, I can make you laugh, I can support you, I can teach you things that I know that you might not. Shit. I could do anything my man want me to do.
What can you teach him?
And I can learn from you. You can teach me your business and I can help you with your business. I mean, what I'm supposed to do.
So, a man prime is not in his early 20s, is later on in his life.
Oh, most
you gotta do a lot of, hard work.
I think the 30s and 40s is probably your prime. The 20s is your era. That's what I feel like.
Correct. Do you think a man is gonna for me woman that's like fat or no drama filled or a bum? Do you think a man who put in that time and work is gonna go for that, or he's gonna go for a woman that's compliant and submissive? Let's take the looks away for a second. This compliance and submissiveness.
Compliant and submissive.
Exactly. We're not that hard to figure out. We're actually for simple things, but people like Steve Harvey and Oprah and platforms that we don't have as a voice for don't actually say what man wants. And now we're in a point where every woman is delusional and they're not even getting what they want. Now they out here freaking out, going to work, you can't take it, they're in pain, and they have kids. So everybody's just messed up in the game, and we trying to just fix it. And all we asking is just for simple things, but it seems like we ain't going nowhere.
Keep saying y'all like that. Not all men think like that. Some men want to be taken care of, and I see it.
Okay, what type of man you attract?
Good question.
Liars. Like
Really?
the good qualities
Mm.
or the
No,
bad?
no, no. Give us the qualities. What type of men do you attract?
I'm not gonna lie.
He live in a major city too, Charlotte. So
Charlotte's a major city? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it is. Go ahead.
I feel like I attract liars. Shit. Nothing that can stick. Nothing memorable.
do they put their pants above their buttocks, or do they, talk properly at least?
Oh, you're talking about like? Oh no, I don't. No, they wear their pants above and they do talk properly. Yeah.
Right. That's a start.
But they're liars?
They're
Yeah.
liars.
Is
Why?
because men lie.
Men lie or the men you attract lie?
The men I attract lie, I guess.
Now, why do you think that the men that you attract prefer to lie to you?
No, I'm just playing.
Okay, that was a threat.
No, I don't know. I feel like men feel like women can't handle the truth. And like I'd rather a man just be straight up with me. Like I'd rather you like just be straight up with me. But men don't like to be straight up with you because they want to have you on a leash where they want you at. Like,
Okay, you have a real issue with a man being an authority. You have a real issue with that.
I do.
How can you expect a man to extend himself for you? Because what you expect from a man is so much more.
When I say as far as like on a leash, like they'll be dealing with multiple women, right? But they'll have you
That's what you like.
the whole
But
truth.
that's $100,000 man.
That's what you like, Brazier. Because what you can do is you have the opportunity to get Mr. $40,000 a year that you can have all to yourself. And you're like, oh, hell no. I want something higher. And as I said before, there's competition for those men. So the men who don't have options, yeah, you can have him all to yourself with no effort whatsoever. You want something more valuable. Well, guess what? The other 80% of females out there, they want the same guy. And those guys are not the majority. They are the top 15, 10%. So 80% of y'all are, and really in reality, 90% of you are gunning for the top 10% of males. He knows he's got options, not he thinks he knows. When you were in grade school, you called all the shots back then. The females could pick and choose. Here in the real world where money moves the world, the men now call the shots. And if he's a guy who's willing to put in the work and make it happen, he could change your damn life overnight.
That's crazy.
And every woman is looking for the man who can change her life overnight. Every woman is. So you don't have that leverage anymore. That grade school leverage to insist that, oh, he's got to move a certain way. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't a place in this world for monogamy. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that if you're noticing the same results over and over again, you got a type. There's a type of man you like. And if you're noticing this over and over again, he's not very honest. He keep a gang of women. You knew he was like that when you met him. So you got a type. You're like, hey, this Russell Wilson dude and hand in hand in the park, I ain't feeling him. I need a dude who makes other females jealous. Because that's what raises your status, is how other females see you. I need a dude who makes other females jealous that other females want to be with. Yeah, that makes me, can we just be honest? That makes you feel good. That the other women wish they could and you pulled it off. That's an accomplishment for you. Congratulations. And you'll probably be number one, but we can't guarantee you'll be the only one.
Right. I guess I've been Little Miss. I can change them.
Well, every woman is like that. The only problem is you can change a fella who doesn't have options. He has no leverage. Where's your leverage with a fellow who's got options? Where's the leverage? Because the problem is other women want him too. You're used to a guy that other women ain't trying to bag. If other women want him, now what do you do? Because now he can make comparisons. Now, let me ask you a question here. Last fella you were with under those circumstances, did he leave? Did he break up with you or did you break up with him?
I'm going to say it was him because you see I guess some of you see my TikTok. He didn't want the babies and I kept my babies. So that's what happened.
Why did he left you, or why did he leave you?
Because I didn't get an abortion.
Why would he get you pregnant if he wants to get an abortion?
Oh, that's something you would have to ask him.
Well, let me try this a different way. Why were you attracted to a man who would not protect his seed at all costs?
I can make excuses all day, but I was in a vulnerable place, and I don't know what was wrong with me.
And I want there to be lessons for us to learn here, because going forward, just understand that sends a signal. How old are you?
23.
He's young enough to be my son, literally. He's young enough to be my son. And if that's my son, he's carrying on my legacy. But I'm going to want him to have a woman who values those things. And a woman who's just looking to get what she can get, however she can get it. And I'm not saying that's you. I'm just saying, if he gets with a female who's trying to get what she can get, however she can get it. If he's getting with a female who doesn't value the sacrifice it requires of him to do that. Or worse, if he gets with a female who doesn't value his DNA. And I'm not, obviously that was not you, but I'm saying those types of quality judgments are important. Because right now you've got young men waiting longer and longer and longer before they get married, before they start a family, to the point that now it's tilting the whole damn economy of the world. Right now, the economic balance of the world is tilted by so many males waiting so long to have children. In the early part of the 20th century, they were having them in their early and mid-20s. Today is being pushed out into the 30s. Your workforce is getting older. And the problem is that as we get older, the more opportunities for you to drop dead start introducing themselves into the picture. To the point that now in America, we're starting to reach that zero growth rate. That's the cost of males not feeling they can trust the quality and caliber of females at a glance. That's the cost that it brings. So the choices that you, Brasia, and every other female listening, the choices that you make in men really do affect the world at a fundamental level. The entire point of 7 guys trying to talk to one female when they're in grade school is that as a female, you're supposed to filter out the unworthy. That's your purpose as a woman. That you put the stop sign up to say, yeah, I've checked your paperwork. You're not good character. You're not good principles. You're not reliable. You're not productive. You do not improve the species. Your gene pool dies with you. Sounds harsh, but that's exactly what you as a female are supposed to do. You are supposed to pick and choose who can pass on their genes and who can't. Emphasis on the who can't. That's why you're supposed to be selective. You're supposed to be a whole bunch of no's and only a couple of yeses. Because the truth of the matter is most males are not worthy to pass on their genes. Your job is to make sure you find the ones worthy of it, and then you give him a gang of babies. So that's where that replenishment comes from. So the other 4 or 5 you said no to, yeah, you have 4 or 5 kids with a man who's got some sense. That's how those numbers keep going. And that's the reason why he's asking those things, because he's 23 years old. And at this point now, he's trying to figure out where he's going to be at 30. And that's a critical thing for him to understand. Now, right now, what he really needs to focus on is keeping his paper right and everything. But he's wondering what comes after that. Because for you as a female, it's very simple to figure out. But for him, it's going to be much harder. I'll let you have the last word.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go ahead and tell her this. You can search it up. This is a viral video of Chris Brown taking photos with his fans, and women are working overtime, paying $2,000 to take a photo with Chris Brown. How many dudes is in there in each women DMs trying to holler at them and want to spend $100 for a date and can't even get a response? And how many of these women can't even get a single date, but they're willing to pay, all this money for a dude they haven't even met? So it's your decision. You know what I'm saying? You pick a side. I mean, congratulations on TikTok. We ain't trying to bash you or anything, but you got to think ahead, and you do not want to repeat what your mom did. you do not want to go down that road. But I'm gonna land my plane right there. I appreciate it, Jason, and peace.
Thank you very much for joining us here tonight, brother. We appreciate that as well here.
Absolutely.
We're going to go ahead and get things back up here now. Brazier, what do you think of that, by the way? They're paying $1,000. I thought it was $1,000 a pop, but it's either $1,000 or $2,000 a pop to take a selfie with Chris Brown. What do you think?
That's crazy. I would never pay that.
I did see one female who did do it correctly, though. She actually she's an artist, and she basically paid that $1,000 to get Chris Brown to hold her picture. And she took a picture of him holding one of her pieces of artwork. And I was like, now that chick was smart.
Right. Promoting. Yep. That's good. Now that is smart, but not paying $1,000 just to go take a picture with somebody. Like, that's OD. That's just not something I would do. But I mean, to each its own.
Let me get a caller from area code 727. You're on live with The Business.
Oh,
What's your
Newport Richie.
Hello.
Yes, you're on live. Put down your cognac. What is your name? Where you're calling from?
Hey, sister.
I know this is not my.
I'm actually.
What the fuck?
I'm actually.
Brianna.
And I don't agree. Y'all kept putting me on timeout, but there was a statement that I did not agree with.
Wait a second. Slow down. Brazier, you know this woman?
This is my sister.
Oh, Lord. Okay, it's a family affair around here. Mom was on one phone. She must have dialed up the sister. Well, hello, ma'am. Okay, go ahead and let me have it.
Okay, so this is coming from someone who makes over $100K a year, probably close to 2. And the statement that was said, like, in high school, women have the say so, and then in the real world, it's not that way. I don't agree with that.
Okay. Which part of it do you think? Which part of it do you think is inaccurate? Not that you agree with, but which part of it is inaccurate?
No. The part that I know is inaccurate is that women, first of all, always have the say so. I feel like you attract what you think you deserve. I've met people who own $1 million businesses, and I mean, there's
okay.
nothing.
Let me ask a question.
Let
me ask a question. I just need 2 questions to answer here. That's all I really need. Just 2. Mm-hmm. We can wrap this up real quick. How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay. Where's your husband?
He's here.
Okay.
We live together. We have children.
Okay. How long you been married?
Since 2018.
Okay. Your husband makes $1 million a year?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. $500,000 a year?
No.
Okay. $200,000 a year?
I would say we're both equal.
Okay. $200,000 a year?
Close.
Okay. $100,000 a year?
We're both at like 150.
Okay. So a female in her 20s.
But I chose.
Well, without me being able to see what you look like, I'm just going to assume you're comparable to your sister. I'm just going to assume you're comparable. In your mid-20s, yeah, you could do that. But you did that in your mid-20s. So that's the whole point. You did that in your
high school.
You did that in your mid-20s. And you can do that in your mid-20s. When you are I was making the point in grade school, you're not women just yet, you're young females, older females. But in grade school, you're all equal. No one was expecting you're not expecting the boys in school to protect and provide for you. So all you're going off of in that artificial contrived classroom environment are physical cues. Is he cute? Does he have broad shoulders? Is he athletic? You move out here into the real world, that becomes secondary. Now it's about, hey, wait a minute, I got bills and rent. Your cuteness doesn't take care of my basic needs. In school, your parents took care of your basic needs. Once you leave that school environment, you got to take care of it. So now you're looking for the man who is best and most able to do that for you. And in your mid-20s, yeah, you need to be looking for the exits. You need to be looking for the exits. And you, in your case, You cashed in your chips and left the casino. And that was exactly what you were supposed to do. However, your experience, now you say y'all been married for a few years. You're 27, but you've been married for 4 years now, you said? So you got married when you were 23.
Yeah, we had children.
Okay, well, we'll come back to the kid situation here later, but what you're saying here is that you left the casino early. You left the casino at the height of your negotiating power. You grabbed the best male that you could, and you left the casino at the top of your game. And that's what you're supposed to do. But that is not what is happening today. So you are actually an anomaly today. So that's why you're saying what you're saying, is because you're one of the ones who did it the correct way. And you're assuming that everybody else is doing that. Man, once y'all get in y'all's late 20s, you're not a man. So you don't understand what the number 28 sounds like to a man. Let me give you an idea here. The number 30 to a man sounds exactly the same as I make $90,000 a year and I have a kid sounds like to a woman. And hearing I'm 40 years old sounds exactly the same as I make $40,000 a year as a man sounds to you. When you all say those numbers to us, that's what that number sounds like. Now, the men don't say it to you directly because it's like, well, at least I can lay up with her. But as far as the ones who are going to commit and take care of you, that's a different matter. That's a different matter. So you found a man who's willing to commit. I'm assuming you are legally married, not Instagram married. I'm assuming.
Right.
Okay. I'm assuming there's a document somewhere. So, okay. With that being the case, your experience has worked for you. You flexed your abilities at the top of your game. Ma'am, how many 30-year-olds do you know who are able to, who have 3 or 4 dudes who make $150,000 a year actively trying to commit to them?
A lot. It's normal.
Okay,
we
no.
Work in a hospital.
Let me. Okay, you work in a hospital. That's not what I'm saying, ma'am. I didn't say who's looking to lay up, who's looking to date, who's looking to have sex. I said who is looking to actively commit to her. Didn't say nothing about no dating and laying up. I said commit. Your husband made a decision, an active effort to commit to you. Those other women at that hospital, the ones over the age, the ones 30 years and old, they getting it like you getting it?
I don't know. I don't.
Yes,
think it's
you
normal.
do. Yes, you do know. You do know. You know.
Okay. My thing is, I don't think it's normal not to commit if that was the agreement from the jump. Like all of my friends are in committed relationships and make money. Like
then why aren't they? Then why aren't they
married?
Then why are they not married?
Shit, I don't know. That's
yes,
them.
You do know. You can't make the statement they're in a quote committed relationship. If you keep saying they're in a committed relationship, we need to examine your definition. We need to examine your definition of committed. If you're going to say they're in a committed relationship, and yet this woman is sitting here at 30, 32, 33, and they have the same complaints year over year. So what I'm saying is you're taking your experience and projecting that this is what everybody else is getting. And that's not what it is. When they get to the age of 30, the men looking to commit thins out tremendously. You know why? Yeah. Because they're looking for the younger version. The one who doesn't have the stretch marks, the road miles, the emotional baggage, the failed relationships, the disciplinary problems. They're looking for the younger version. They'll lay up with the 30-year-olds if that's what's available.
That's non-existent. At 30, that's non-existent.
Correct.
That doesn't exist.
Correct. And that's why I'm saying you're 27 years old. You're staring 30 down the barrel. The difference between you and your coworkers is you left the casino. You grabbed your chips and you left. But you're imagining and assuming that they've got the same abilities you do. No, they don't. Do you think any of those women at the hospital you work at are happy to be happily single? Thank you. You know they're damnly miserable, and you know that they would bust you in the head in the parking lot to get your husband if they could. Simply so they wouldn't be single anymore. You know that. So no, ma'am, when you come out here into the real world, there's a reason why the men do that. Are you working at a big hospital or a little clinic?
I work at a big hospital.
Okay, then you know full damn well the doctors, even the doctors doing their residencies, you know full damn well they run in the yard. You know they're not trying to commit to anybody. You know that the nurses outnumber them 8-1. What incentive does he have to settle down with one of you? When there's 8 of you, mostly usually physically fit, attractive, what's his incentive to do that? And by the way, y'all are going to be in your late 20s or 30s with your nursing credentials. You telling me that y'all have the leverage to go? Do y'all have the leverage in that situation? How, Sway? How? If you divorced your husband tomorrow and attempted to go pull one of the doctors or specialists at that hospital you work at, what are your odds?
You heard Mama for a surgeon.
Wait a minute, say it again, Brazier.
I said, you heard my mama. She said she looking. Oh, well, our mom, since Rihanna's on the phone, she said she looking for a surgeon.
Okay, well, Mama Jane, we're gonna see if we can find you Trapper John MD.
What did you say?
We're gonna see if we can find her Trapper John MD. It's an old TV show, but we're gonna see if we can find that, or Eric LaSalle from ER. If he's still running around out there, I'll see if we can trip him up in the parking lot. But the real issue, though, is that under these circumstances here, y'all don't run the yard. A man understands what you're looking for from us is different from what we're looking for from you. And you all are born with what a man is looking for. You're born with that. A man has to achieve what you're looking for.
Why don't you give us some damn advice?
Right.
Since you know everything, you know all the stats, you know what a man wants, what a woman wants. Give us some advice.
Okay. What advice would you like?
I think that's contradicting. I think you're giving a man's perspective. Like, I do understand that the man is the head of household. I get that. I get the world we live in. However, y'all seem to forget women really run this world.
How?
And
How,
women
Sway?
First of all, there's a whole community of $1 million women. Like, it's like y'all are making it seem like men are just like, oh, we got all this money now we get to pick like who we want. No.
Okay,
no,
here's
sir.
the issue. Here's the issue with what you just said there. Do you think that your income improves your value with quality men?
Yes.
So you think that a quality male is saying, damn, I need a chick who makes $150,000 a year?
Well, okay, I'm saying that because my salary is connected to my education. And
do you think that a quality man cares about your education? Do you think a quality male cares about that? And there's
they should. And if
no, they don't. And the reason why they don't is because
ridiculous.
Okay, I'll explain to you why we don't. Your income doesn't mean anything to a man, including your husband. It doesn't mean anything because we don't get any benefit from that. You are not approaching us, giving us the benefits of your income. There isn't a single man that you or your sister or your mother meets saying, you know what, I could improve his life with my income.
No, but like I said,
okay, wait, that's not a but.
Directly.
But that's not a but. You just said my income enhances my value. Okay. No, it doesn't. Men don't care about your income because we know you ain't gonna do anything for us with your income.
Well, that's a shame that y'all are meeting women and they ain't helping you. That's a
okay.
shame.
Are you saying that you believe that women should help men?
I believe that money.
Okay, that was a yes or no question. Are you saying that you believe that women should help men financially?
I think it's a team. Absolutely.
So
yes. When you're raising children and you're building a future and you're building businesses, I would never sit back and let my man just build $1 million business by himself. No, this is our business.
Let's take your monthly expenses. Let's take your monthly expenses. Would you want your household to be dependent on your income in any way?
Preferably not, because
Thank
it's a team.
you. Okay.
It's a relationship. It's a partnership.
Okay, but you don't want the
like,
household to be dependent on your income at all. You want his income to take care of all of that. You don't want to have to produce. Your statement that, well, no, ideally, I don't want the household to be dependent on me financially in any way. In other words, you want him to carry that load.
Well,
you wouldn't
no.
be attracted if he approached
getting...
you saying those words. You know what? I need you to take care of 50% of the household income. That if you're not there, we go bankrupt because you need to carry half of it. Not you should, not you might, you must. If you don't go to work this week, we can't pay the rent this month. You would never willingly go with a man like that. Never.
Okay, I would be it's a partnership at the end of the day, and that's why women end up being like in this messed up situation, because they're chasing a man like, oh, okay, let me can he pay all my bills? Like, okay, I like him. He gonna pay everything. He gonna make sure we straight. Like, no, it's not. That's not a partnership, because a man can see right through that.
Okay, a partnership implies that we both have the same authority, the same powers, and the same leverage.
That's your definition,
ma'am.
right?
There's no such thing as okay. You're going to call them partners. Are you saying that you and your husband are equals?
No, like I said, I know the
okay,
man
then
is
it
the head of
doesn't.
household.
Then
I
it doesn't.
respect that.
It doesn't sound like a partnership. Then
somebody said, "Ma'am, answer the question." Y'all are funny.
It doesn't sound like a partner. It doesn't sound like a partnership. It sounds like a leadership.
Oh man,
you see, you might have a job, you might work somewhere, and other folk might work somewhere, but you would never do your job say, me and my employer have a partnership. No, you would never say that. No, it's a leader.
Nigga, you an airhead.
Slow down, Brazier. We can hear you.
My bad.
Thank you. I know she's watching. You're doing the.
Go ahead,
you're committing the
Brazier.
cardinal sin, Brazier. You're reading the chat room. You should never
read something because I didn't even see the chats.
Yeah, you should never read the chat room. First of all, it will only distract you, mislead you, confuse you, condemn your life is what it will do. So, take my advice. Don't read the chat room. Trust me, there's nothing but devils in there. It's
like little baby.
Yes, it's gonna ruin your feng shui. Believe me, it's all going to go bad from here. Brianna, I'm very glad that you were able to get what you have. That's great. Your husband doesn't have a partnership; he has a leadership. You wouldn't be with him if he didn't. You wouldn't be attracted to him if you didn't.
Yeah.
If you had to go back into the sexual marketplace, you ain't looking for a partnership there either. You're looking for a leadership. You do not want the home to be dependent on you in any way because you see yourself as too valuable for that. So
yeah, but I wouldn't want to depend on a man or anyone to feed my I don't know, like I just maybe that's I was raised differently, but when I was looking for a man, I wasn't looking like, oh, I need somebody to pay my bills, like I got a car note that
you didn't say those words. Like, let me find out here. Brazier, what was she saying before she got married? Give me the skinny.
I'm not saying what she's saying. I get what she's saying, but it's just like it's always ideal, like for the man to be head of household, taking care of anything, so his women don't even got to do anything. You know what I'm saying? That's always ideal. No woman can say that they don't want that because we all do. We all do. And I feel like it's natural to kind of want that. You still might want to go to work and make your own money, but you still want your man to take care of everything.
Now, here's the issue, Brazier. Why in the hell can't we get y'all to do that when you're 22, childless, and ain't been run through? Now, if we could get the train back on those tracks, it would be different.
That's cool. My mom said, how old are you?
I want to know how old you are.
I'm 41.
Are you 41 or are you a couple years older than 41?
Exactly, yeah.
She asked what my age is. I said I'm 41.
Mama's funny.
Mom is sniping from the sidelines. However, mom understands what I'm saying is the truth here. And what you're saying is correct. That is what every woman wants. Problem, when they get in a group full of females, they start talking about partnerships and I'll do 50-50 and all this mess. And then as soon as you throw the bills in their lap, they start looking at the man. And it's not true. It's just not true. No woman ever goes into adulthood saying, you know what, I would love to work for the next 30 years. There's no woman who's sitting up, damn, I can't wait to do this commute. And when the only time you all have that leverage is in your early 20s. You got all the ability to call all the hands because you don't understand how men see you. But if you could see yourselves the way that we see you, you'd understand, wow, I've got something really valuable, but it's also very perishable. It's only going to last until about 24, 25. And then after that, it begins to decline. It'll either decline quickly or it'll decline slowly, but it declines. The men stop responding to you the way they used to. When you're in your early 20s, men are offering you sex and resources. They're offering you sex and gifts. They're offering you sex and earn benefits. When you start getting into your late 20s, they're offering sex and the occasional date. When you hit your 30s, they're offering sex and a hard time. When you hit 40s, forget it.
Forget it.
They're not even really offering sex no more. And the ones who are, you are not the least bit interested in getting. So it's great. You work at a hospital, that's fabulous. You're surrounded by top earning men, or at least ones who should be, because doctors, the only way you make money is if you're really good. But just assume they're all excellent, but they know what they got. Mm-hmm. They didn't go to medical school because they were bored, and they damn sure didn't go because they wanted to be medical professionals. They went to medical school because they understood if I make a bunch of money, I can get a bunch of chicks. And if you don't even have to spill the beans, you tell me, are the doctors at that hospital running through them, or are they running through them?
Okay, I have a question for you.
Okay, wait. Let me get that answer first, and then I'll answer your question. The doctors at your hospital, are they enjoying the benefits of being above average men in that environment with the females, or are they not?
Oh, I'm sure.
No, then it's not you sure. Are there more than a few nurses who have gotten a visit to the doctor's office after hours at your hospital?
Oh, no, I don't get into all that. But
you know it. She's trying to protect. She's trying to protect her job. Everybody, I forgot. She works for somebody, so I can't ask questions like that on the record. But, ma'am, we both know. Yeah, they're the doctors, they're interns, the male nurses. Not even the doctors. The male nurses are taking liberties.
No, see, okay. For one, okay, there is a certain ego that comes with physicians, and that's just, everybody knows that there's a certain ego. Even if you're a patient, you see it. But my question for you is, do you feel like education puts more value on a woman?
No. Your income,
that's ridiculous.
Your income,
ridiculous,
listen to me, your income, your career, your education, none of those things enhance your value to a man, because we don't get the benefit of any of them. Those are all things that benefit you. They benefit your employer. If you're going to be a single woman humping it on her own, yeah, they benefit you, but they don't benefit the man you're with. And you're projecting. Okay. Those are things that enhance a man's value to you, but those are not things that enhance a woman's value to us. That's why you're confused about it. Those are things you look for in a man. Those things make a man more valuable to you, but they don't make a woman more valuable to us. That's what the modern generation has confusion about.
And see, that's why men need to think a little different, because, okay, I'm just going to give you an example. If there's two men standing right next to me, right, I'm talking to one, high school diploma, barely passed math and English, chilling. He got a business. He makes $100,000, whatever. Okay. He makes money. Okay. Then another person has a doctorate, makes the same amount of money, but he's a physician, and he just clocks in and clocks out. There's a huge difference between the two. And I would more than likely be attracted to the man who can communicate effectively, who can have thinking skills, critical thinking skills. Like there's just a certain life lessons and life skills.
Right, but what does that have to do with whether or not he's attracted to you? You're attracted to those qualities in him.
So that's why I asked, like, could you tell a different, like, are you more, you don't see a difference between women with no education versus a woman with a doctorate? Like, there's nothing that attracts you to a woman who's educated, who can communicate. You're just attracted to her titties. Her coochie.
There is a difference between intelligent and educated. Now, you don't have to go to college to be intelligent. So when women say the word educated, what they're referring to is scholastic and academic accomplishment, which, by the way, is nothing really to brag on, because you can send a gerbil to college long enough and he'll come out with a degree if he just keeps going in the room. But even in the best of circumstances, your education, your college degree isn't a benefit to us. It's a benefit to an employer, but not to us. That's where the difference comes in. So for you, a man's academic achievement is important because you're expecting him to give you direct benefits, not indirect, direct benefits. You ain't going to have to show, the household will not be dependent on you to pay the bills because it'll be dependent on him and his education. Yours is extra. Yours is tertiary. But you will not get with a man where your income is essential, where he can't make it and he can't pay for his family without you. You would leave. You would not sit there and be like, yeah, this is okay, the household being dependent on me. You have a different expectation of him than you would allow him to have of you. And that's never going to change. You know why? Because of the laws of physics. That's never going to change. You're never going to prefer a man who has you in that position, even when you no longer qualify for him. Even when you're no longer eligible to have that man who can do that, you will still want it. You know why? That's biology. So you'll never be attracted to that. So I'm very glad to hear that your experience has been different, but no, ma'am, out here in the adult world, the men who have their act together, their money straight, their social status straight, they run the yard. 8 females want that one man. When you were in grade school and college, it was the exact reverse. 8 guys wanted you. In the real world, the guys in the top 10% is exactly flipped the opposite for them. Every 8 females wants that one guy. And they're willing to do anything and everything you won't do to get him. It's a cutthroat environment. And you know that. There's a reason why y'all don't bring your husbands who make $150,000 a year or more to work. There's a reason you don't bring them there. You don't bring them there because you don't want the other females to even have an opportunity to see him. Because you know the ones who are thirsty and desperate, now the chances, and you know what she'll do to get him. And you know what? That's smart. I'll let you have the last word.
Okay, well, I don't agree. I think y'all are putting women in this category like we're just these helpless little creatures and we just are looking for a man because he's paying our bills, and that's not accurate. There's some women out here, but you don't see that side because obviously you're a 40-year-old man. You don't see the 30-year-old women who have successful businesses, who are making money. And I promise they are calling the shot.
We get no benefit from it.
The yard.
She can be 30, 20 years old with her own business. It doesn't benefit me because she's not going to give me any of the proceeds from it. She's not going to support me. She's not going to go buy me an Aston Martin with her income. She's not going to do that. Doesn't matter how much money she makes. She's never going to make me her dependent. She's never going to be like, hey, you're my trophy boyfriend or my trophy husband. That's not going to happen. So it doesn't matter how much money she makes. I'll never get the benefits of it. Not the way that she'll get the benefits from my income. That's why it doesn't matter. So you can keep saying that. Yeah, what you're saying, it could happen that she can start the business, but she will not break bread with him to give him those benefits the way he will give it to her. That's the part that's missing.
Okay, because women, right. I agree with that.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. We appreciate that as well here. Brasia, I've kept you a little bit over here. Your mom wanted to ask, your mom wanted to ask me something else? So I said I was going to go ahead and answer her. So she wanted to ask me something else.
Now's the time. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, Mom, you wanted to ask him something else?
WD-40.
No, I don't.
Hey, Mom.
Hey.
You said we give advice.
Oh yeah, you wanted him to give us advice.
Oh, I'm just saying, you know it all. You know all the statistics, and I mean, so why don't you give us some advice?
Okay. What would you like to do? And I will advise you how to get it.
A man that can take care of us.
Okay. Take care of you at what level?
A comfortable level.
Okay. Sounds like we're back at that top 2 or 1% you asked about before.
2%.
All right. What does a man in the top 2% want in a female?
It's not all about money for me.
Okay, but what does a man in the top 2% who's going to be able to give you, you said you want to be comfortable. You didn't say you wanted a lazy boy. What you mean is finance. So let's just keep it real. A man in the top 10% wants what from a female that he's going to make comfortable, because he's going to want something in return. So what does a man in the top 10% expect from a female?
For her to keep
the ask. I mean, he's going to tell us. He's going to give us advice.
No. I was asking Mom.
Okay. Oh, to keep up the house, cook. I mean, that's
support them.
Yeah, support, to be there to support them.
Okay. When a man has his income, his status, his intellect, and everything else together, he's not operating at the immature level that a grade school kid or a college kid could. He now understands the world and the way things work. He understands how women are. He understands bluffing. He understands that. Most of all, and most importantly of all, he's got options. So he's never worried that one female will say no, because he's actually got the attention of more than one. Now that the woman understands that that's where he's at, she then needs to understand, well, where's my leverage? She has to be competitive. The first thing she needs to do is take a look at what the options are that man has. So what I would say to a female is, first and foremost, depending on the man that you're trying to get with, you need to figure out what his options are. Now, if your goal is to live comfortably, then you better be realistic and practical with yourself. We better stop all this double talk about, well, he need to have a good personality, man. Damn all that. That's not going to make you comfortable. You are going to have to sacrifice something. Contrary to what my good friend Vanessa said last week, no, you cannot have it all. You will sacrifice something, or you'll sacrifice the most precious thing of all, time. I know more females over the age of 40 who are going to work until they die. Some of these women I have cared about, but they have been so fundamentally flawed and broken that they will not be able to recover from their own bad decisions because they wouldn't admit what they actually needed. And they had a gang of other females around them to enable them. And amazingly enough, if one or two of them females could get married, they left them behind. So if a female wants that, then the first thing she has to say is, okay, what do I really want? Cut the bull crap. What do I really want? And then you go do that. Whoever has it, that's what you do. You hold your nose or you put on your blindfolds. But if that's what you really want, I would recommend that a person not bull jive about what it is. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this idea that male-female relationships are based on love, somebody get the hell out of here. What the hell is love? Can anybody define the damn thing? No, you can't, because it can mean whatever the person saying it wants it to mean. You had a perfectly loving marriage. Your husband figured his drinking and carousing wasn't an issue. He loved you too. Well, according to him, he did. You can't say he was wrong. It's whatever he defines it as. It didn't work for you, though. There's the problem. So when you are going to go out here and say, I want to live comfortably, okay, then what does that mean? That either means pat you on the back and give you moonlight strolls in the park, or what you really mean. You know what? I would like to plop my butt cheeks in a Ferrari before I leave this damn world. Well, if that's what it's gonna be, then you need to stop the double talk, and that's what it's gonna be. And then you make a beeline for who has that. Now, the nigga might be 70 years old. Beggars can't be choosers, but the bottom line is you get in where you fit in. Otherwise, what you're saying is I can compete with the 20-year-olds. Good luck on that one. If you think you can, march out there. But if you're looking to leave the casino, yeah, you're going to have to take an easy, I would recommend if you're over the age of 40, you get an easy target. Don't get out here and try to compete with these 20-year-olds. That's suicide. I'm a man in my 40s. I ain't checking for a 40-year-old. All my girlfriends, most of my life, were older than me. When I was in my 20s, all my girlfriends, all my girlfriends were in their 40s and 50s. Once I crossed over my 30s, them numbers started coming down. Now I'm in my 40s. That's the last time that anything over the age of, well, I'll not say this publicly because I have an audience, but I will just say I ain't looking for something in their 40s. I will just say that for a number of practical and personal reasons.
Okay.
That's where we add. You're not going to get men in their 40s to compete. That's not going to occur. What you can probably do, though, is get a fella in his 50s or 60s, and you'll be bad to the bone for him. And he'll drop them benefits over there. But that's what you would do. But Mr. Young and Sporty, no, not happening.
Yeah, not what I'm looking for.
Okay, well, the fellas in their 50s and 60s, you would be a bad little chick for them. They would go for that. His money is straight, his paper is straight, his wife is dead. He's looking for somebody who knows how to talk to him like she got some sense. He is not really, he may not be because he will be. But if he's taking medications so he can perform activities behind closed doors, he might not be prioritizing like that like he used to. With that being the case, yeah, that would be your prime candidate. But Mr. 40-year-old with options, no. That would just be a waste of time.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your opinion.
Well, if it's an opinion, and I am more than open to anybody eliminating me on that, I would pay a good sum of money for someone to prove me wrong.
Okay.
Brazier, somebody wanted to talk to you.
I'm all ears.
Oh, good. Let me go ahead and bring Jasmine on Zoom here. She has been sitting back in the backfield there. And by the way, for all the ladies out there listening, please take that in mind. That's bring Jasmine on Zoom here. She has been Jasmine, get on camera. You are messing up the flow of the program.
Oh, shit. Hello?
I'm waiting on Jasmine to stop playing around. If she doesn't hear in a moment, I'm going to have to let Jasmine go. Okay, there Jasmine is. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Jasmine.
I think I am unmuted.
All right, I think you are unmuted here, by the way. Welcome to the business, Jasmine. Okay, you brought all your little friends here tonight with you, didn't you?
Something like that. I kind of wanted to chime in on you guys' conversation tonight. There were a few things that you guys said. Just from the beginning, Brazier, you were saying, I guess, like, what is the average amount that a man should make? And I feel like 300,000 is definitely high. That's definitely high. I feel like in 2022 that the average amount that that a man makes is usually anywhere between 40,000 to about 100K. I know a lot of people aim to make at least 6 figures in this day and age because everything has gone up. So
Yes, I said 70 at first.
I need to stop reading the comments.
I mean, you're right. And Brazier, you did say 70. Here's the problem. Does $70,000 a year motivate you? Thank you. And there's the issue. Because you know what? When it comes to females, for example, don't get me wrong, it could go any old kind of way, but There, you could go get you a size 16, 18, 20. Yeah, a man could try that, but she ain't gonna motivate him. That's the difference.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could get a guy making $70,000 a year, but I just wonder how much that would motivate you, because you already know in this environment that's going to be limited. How much can he really, if you want to stop working so you could, quote, take care of the kids, or in this case, if you want to have his children, how well is he going to be able to support himself, a woman, and 2 or 3 children in Charlotte, North Carolina in the year 2022? On $70,000 a year, split 4 or 5 ways. You already have done the math on that, and it's like, ooh, this is going to be a tight squeeze. So would $70,000 a year motivate you?
Are you talking to me or Brasia?
Brasia.
I can't hear her talking. Okay.
Oh. And like a man?
Yes. How motivated would you be for to please a $70,000 a year man?
Oh. Normal? I guess
Okay.
they treat me.
Okay, so in other words, you ain't gonna give him the superwoman treatment.
He ain't giving me the superwoman treatment.
You get my point? So while you will say, I'd take a guy making $70,000, yes, you sure would, if the guy making $150,000 a year does not return your phone calls. You sure would. And by the way, you would eternally be holding out your options for Mr. 150 or Mr. 200. And if he ever frees up a slot, away we go. You think you wouldn't? Thank you. And my whole point is, in the modern era, we would do a whole lot better if we could be honest about these things. If the men were certain and had a candid conversation with women about what the women actually expect, and the women didn't shade it, didn't virtue signal, didn't try to water it down, said exactly what it is you're looking for, then the men could tell you, well, I'll be damned. Well, this is what I'm going to need if I got to unass that kind of support. Then we could do what our grandparents and great-grandparents had. Then we can have that. And then y'all can actually get some of those things. But
do you think that what our grandparents had were, I guess, a good example? Because when you speak to a lot of older people, they say, yeah, like we stayed together for 20 to 30 years, but we went through all this other BS to get here.
Everybody goes through a bunch of mess. This idea that this Camelot thing, this modern generation of females thinks that everything's will just be handed to them. That's a damn fairy tale. Let me tell y'all something. And your mother will bear me witness, because all I've done is ask about her. Your mama will bear me witness, because both of us are from the damn South. They was all rowdy and bowdy about that then. Females was fighting in the damn front yards over men. That has always been the way it's been in high school, college, and otherwise. They just didn't tell the children. We just didn't have world star hip hop and cell phones to record it. They were doing the same damn thing then. You want to talk about hoes, hood rats, and thoughts? I've told you all about this before. Smokey Robinson, the Temptations, the Four Tops, back in the 1950s. Your grandmama and great grandmama, they were throwing their draws on the stage. That was a normal, regular thing at Smokey Robinson, Jackie Wilson, the Four Tops, the Temptations, the Ink Spots, you name them. Ray Charles, he was blind, he couldn't see them, and they was throwing their draws. And I'm not joking. No, I'm not joking. How do you think Ray Charles met that other woman? I think he married her. They were throwing their draws on the stage. This nigga is blind. He can't even see the draws, but they throwing them. They like, look, he might sniff it. He might hear it. He might feel it. He can't see it. That's the way it's always been. So and what they've sold you they have sold you a sanitized fantasy so that you would respect them. But the truth of the matter is, it's not true. It's always been that way. Always. And what we're having are dishonest conversations today rather than honest ones. So when they were young and flirty, they understood, I can't just get pregnant by any old jackjaw. I can't do that. I need to hold out for somebody who's going to take care of me. So when they were younger, they had their little thought phase. but they understood I better not make a commitment to this guy, and a ring or a baby is a commitment. I will be shackled to him, and somebody with some sense is going to come along, and I'm not going to be eligible. Because they weren't being taught that, oh, well, if you get pregnant, you can go get an abortion, or if you get married, you can go get a divorce. Back then, it was one and done. And guess what? Today, it's still one and done, but the females are growing old under the delusion that they can somehow go trade back in. And they can't. They're just getting older. They're running up body counts out of this damn world. But what they're not doing is getting what they need. A woman without a man is half a being. Your psyche begins to break down and crack. The problem with a woman having children as her only family structure, and that's not a family. A family begins with a man and a woman, not a woman and some kids. But the problem with a woman being around a bunch of kids is it starts to infantilize you. You're supposed to be the mature individual in the household, and yet your social circle is consumed with children. So you become very good at Disney tunes. If I meet another single mom who can sing Disney tunes forward and backwards, okay, but do you realize you're starting to identify with children?
That's true.
So you were in college and you started trying to identify with men, especially older men. So your maturity quotient went up. Now it starts to regress. Next thing you know, you're sitting there goo goo and gaga, and you're all sitting on the couch watching Sesame Street. Oh my God. If you think a fella's going to buy an Aston Martin for that, you think he's going to go work his ass to the bone for $400,000 a year to go do that? He's looking for a 25-year-old with the maturity of a 35-year-old, not a 30-year-old with the maturity of a 17-year-old. And this is what men won't tell you, either because they don't want to tell you or usually because they can't articulate it like I'm saying. But take a look at what they're doing. Look at their actions. When a guy gets over the age of 40 and his money, his paper, and status is straight, he ain't looking for a young thotty. He's looking for something young, but he ain't looking for some chick roaming the streets. He's looking for a 25-year-old with the maturity of a 35-year-old. Now, granted, those are unicorns too. But guess what? He's got a longer runway to wait for it. A woman doesn't have that. You don't have it. And the sad part is we don't have an infrastructure that just insists that, hey, this is what it is. Damn love, damn your feelings, damn goo-goo eyes, damn excitement. Damn that. I need a producer. He is going to be reliable. And you know what? He may be a premium ass. Your grandparents had that too. They sure did. Y'all talk about, oh, grandfather was doing this, that, and the other. And mama, and by the way, I don't like this idea of hearing about black men from previous generations, what they was all drunk. I don't like that little thing, but that's for another program. I don't like hearing that refrain. But what I will tell you is I'll be damned. And the white men are out here lynching folk. Now they're talking about black men are doing this, that, and the other. And I'll be damned. The white men are out here lynching people. The grandfathers and great-grandfathers out, and the black man was bad? You think that fella was easy to live with, the one lynching people? He was easy to live with. He was Simple Simon. But we're the damn bad guys. Really? Tell me more. As females, and this is another thing, you all have advantages that we don't have, and you know it. You can show some cleavage and show some thigh and get a partner making $100,000 a year. Where's our option to do that? Your sister, I don't give a damn how cute I am. Your sister, Brasia, is never going to sit up here and say, let me drop off $100,000 a year, $150,000 a year to take care of Jason's lifestyle because he's cute. That's never going to happen. So the $100,000 that she makes comes a lot easier than the $100,000 that we make. And nobody gives an eye to that either. For the few who can make it, because most black females are making $36,000 a year. Some will make a little bit over twice that amount. Very, 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 very few, more like 3% are only going to make $100,000 a year. I don't care what statistic tries to say otherwise. The real numbers don't bear that out. Especially if she has kids, there goes that obliterates that buying power. That goes to hell right there. So I want you to have an honest conversation about what's happening. Do not let older generations delude you into the way things were. Jasmine, it was never easy. Marriage has never been easy. Relationships have never, quote, been easy. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Y'all think y'all are easy to deal with?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Y'all are not easy to deal with at all. Let me tell you something. This is going to hurt a lot of folks' feelings here. Black women have a reputation for a reason. It ain't fake. It's not a stereotype. They got a reputation for a reason. You can't have all these people saying the same damn thing and it's phony.
What's the reputation?
Ma'am, go to World Star, Hip Hop, Media Takeout, Real Housewives of Atlanta, Lenox Mall, New Orleans French Quarter, and just set up your camera.
I just
on a Friday night. Just set it up and look. I'm going to leave it at that. But now that I've said that, what I'm also going to say is, and I understand that, Black women have always been like that. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be thottish and things like that, but Black women have never been pushovers like that. It ain't never been that. And that's what makes them special and different. They came from the soil. They haven't had this idea about Black women not working. Black women have always worked. They've never been stay-at-home moms. Get the hip-hop hell out of here. Black women have never been stay-at-home moms. You were never allowed to in America. This damn idea that generationally Black women just been sitting home like, damn me, leave it to Beaver. That ain't never been. When the hell has that been? When you got chattel slavery and post-antebellum slavery and Jim Crow. Your grandmothers and great-grandmothers, the ones who were the great-great-grandmothers were on the plantation, as soon as they were released, they had to go straight out and finish work, and wasn't nobody taking care of them. You had laws that made sure you stayed impoverished. You didn't have the option of being a stay-at-home mom. Where the hell you got that at? In the 21st century, you got females telling you, because you have the ability to associate with white women, you now assume that their experience is your historical experience. And that's a miscarriage of education if your families haven't told you, we ain't never been stay-at-home moms. Never. Never. We have always worked. We had no choice. The white women had that option.
All right.
Everybody else is hit or miss. Asian women got it half the time. Latino women got it half the time. Black women have never had it. Now, that doesn't mean that a man should not want that for you necessarily. That shouldn't mean that. Obviously, a man wants the best for you if he really fools with you for real. But you're going to have to be realistic about what the hell is going on. If you want a man who's going to change your life, he's not going to be easy. You're going to have to give somewhere. And it's going to be something that you really want. And if there is a flaw with him, you better be built to fix it or correct it or something. Or you can get your ass back out there into the sexual marketplace and go roll the dice at the casino and see how that turns out. But at this 75% single rate for y'all, it's obviously working disastrously bad for the overwhelming majority. I'm sure that Brianna is a good salt of the earth female. She is completely out of touch with reality now because she got out good and she doesn't understand anymore. She's out of touch. She thinks her experience is everybody else's. And both of you on this screen know her experience is not yours, nor is it your friends, nor will it be. She made the right call at the right time. Good for her. But she's doing a disservice to every other female by telling them that her experience is going to be theirs. Oh, you still got leverage. No, you cashed in your leverage at 23. You don't have it anymore. The only way that what she's saying could be accurate is if she walks back out here into the sexual marketplace, leaves her husband, and tries to go get another one. And you know full well, heading towards 30 years old, you don't want to be out here trying to hang and bang with these 20-year-olds. Please, the first thing they do is 17, they get a cell phone and then it's booty cheeks on TikTok and Instagram. No offense, Brazier.
No offense taken.
But that's what it is. You know it's true. As soon as I'm going to stay legal age here. As soon as they hit 18, when they can start throwing it, off it goes. And you're going to compete with that at 28, 29, 30? That's your competition? Well, don't worry. I can do what she does. Get the hell out of here. Because you got to get the men to respond. And as a female, ideally, you're going to want a man who has the most stabilized situation you can have. Money matters. Let's cut the bull crap. Money matters. It is not the only thing. But there's a reason why financial issues are the number one cause of divorce. Mm-hmm. Money matters. And if you think about it for a few moments, the most trouble that you've had in your life with a man is that one of you had a screwed up idea about what the money was supposed to do. And that includes you, Brasia. Most likely, it was a financial issue that led to the situation with you and Mr. Magic. Even if he didn't say it to you like that, most likely he was like, yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to shoulder that. Because for you, the baby is a 9-month issue. For him, it's a 2-decade commitment. Yeah, whatever he was planning to do financially just got derailed. And this kid is going to be on top of it. And he had to ask himself, do I really want to do this? And he came back and said the answer is no, I really don't want to do this.
That's interesting. Can I say something about that?
If she'll let you, sure.
Well, I feel like it's so much more pressure on the woman. But then where's the question for the man, especially if they're like, oh, well, I don't want the baby. But let's say, for instance, they got you pregnant twice and they said the same thing both times. If you don't want a child that bad, why would you get the person pregnant again?
Okay, women are the gatekeepers of their womb.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so you cannot invoke the man and then talk about what's happening on your womb. That would be the same as me invoking the neighbors about what's happening in my house. I sure wish my neighbors would quit coming to my house and having house parties. Whose name is on the deed, nigga? Oh, well, how did they get in? Well, I opened the door and let them in. Whose name is on the deed again? Me.
Yeah.
Okay, this is part of maturity. We have a modern generation where we're telling you all that you are absolved of all responsibility and accountability, and it's destroyed you. Because there's a dark side, I'm going to say it, there is a dark side to the female psyche that desires to avoid accountability, even under the most heinous of circumstances. And we now have a society and the government that's given in to that and said, sure, we'll enable it. And this is what the result is. So if we give you the leeway to do that, then you'll do it. And then devastation and destruction and misery ensues. And the same government and the media complex that walked you into it, they're not going to be there to comfort you when you got to deal with the fallout. Oprah Winfrey has been telling these damn lies for 40 plus years. And there's not one female who was in her audience 40 years ago who's happier 40 years later. She had the ears of tens of millions of women around the world. None of them are happily married, middle-aged, 50-year-old or 60-year-old women. None of them. She's never going to have a reunion show where all the women, where you get a car and you get a car and you get a car. She's not going to do a reunion show where they all come back and tell her how great her advice worked for them. Because she knows what they're going to say. Oprah Winfrey was sitting up here listening to damn me gurus and idiots 40 years ago. She's still doing it today. No husband, no children, no happiness, just a new guru. It ain't working. You know what she would have been better off doing? She'd have been better off saying, you know what, Stedman, we need to get married. Yes, I know it, nigga, you moist. We need to get married. Because it is what it is. You're the best I can do. It's either you or Roger damn me Ebert. And if you two are too young to remember Roger Ebert, you can look him up. Siskel and Ebert. Okay, well, I'm just saying. You go take a look at that. That's what Oprah Winfrey had before Stedman. Roger damn me Ebert. She'd have been better off just telling Stedman, let's go ahead and get married, and we're going to make the damn thing work. Because that's what your grandparents and great-grandparents did. And the community stood by that. Today, all this damn, I'm going to do me and you do you. What the hell? It's not like it's working. Braja, I don't know where in the hell you met that dude. I'm going to say this in front of everybody. I won't even say this behind closed doors. I'm going to say this in front of everybody. I don't know where the hell you met him. Did you bring him to meet your mother?
She met him.
How many times?
Once.
Before or after you got pregnant? Yikes.
Before.
What did she think of him?
At the time she thought he was, people can put on a
No,
good,
they can't.
yes,
No, they can't.
people, this person can, but no, she didn't have any.
I think entirely a person can come off and
Jasmine, you can talk when you can get back on camera, ma'am. Just you get back on camera first. Now you jawboning.
No, she liked him at first. I mean, he put on a good act, I'd say, a good show.
It was an act.
Yeah, most definitely.
All I'm gonna say here is your parents should be far enough along that they recognize game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree entirely with that.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, Jasmine. Oh, there you are. Did your father meet him?
No.
Now, that was not duplicitous on my part. I didn't do that to be mean. I wanted to make a point. Do you think your father would have fallen for that?
I'm not sure. He's always right. So I don't know.
A man is going to recognize game from another man. Males can usually sweet talk mom. You ain't going to be able to sweet talk dad. He's like, nigga, I was doing what you doing when you was younger than you were, and I was better at it than you.
Right.
So you might have my daughter sitting up here fool, but you ain't got me fool. I can see you ain't cut like that. I can see you don't come from fatherhood stock. You're not ready to do this. I can already see it. So she might be starstruck. Let me move you on down the road. You ain't built to take care of my legacy. She is my legacy. And I can see you ain't cut like that. She's starstruck. You ain't cut like that. And vice versa. Young fella sit up here and bring some chick home, bring her to mom. He might be sprung because you did some things with him that another chick ain't never did before. You come, let him bring you to his mother. And she's going to be like, yeah, I can see what you about. Because I was doing what you was doing younger than you, and I was better at it. I can see you're not mother material. You're not wife material. My son's going to get, I know my son, he tends to be a dumbass sometimes. You're going to play on his worst instincts. A woman recognizes that. Your mother recognizes that, both of you. And as you're both getting older, you're becoming adept at recognizing that in other females. If it was your son bringing a girl to you, you ain't going to let another chick run game on you. You'll sit there in a group of females and y'all rah-rah and support the sisterhood. But when it's time to make a decision about that, your son, hey, mom, what do you think of her? Boy, can't you tell this heifer going to get over on you?
Exactly.
You're not going to let another chick run game on you. She may try it, but she's not going to succeed. That's why you need your fathers and your mothers in these decision-making processes, if you have it at all. And if you do not have a father, there needs to be a man who gives a damn about you, who is not trying to sleep with you, to make that evaluation for you.
It still falls down on you, though, to apply what's being told to you, because you can still have all these people telling you, hey, yo, this is for you, but then you still make the decision to go against, because usually other people can see the situation a little bit better than you, but then we make the choice to not listen to them. So,
well, but if you have genuine respect for your mother and your father, you're not going to want to shame them. You're not going to want to embarrass them. You know, you got to live with this man. You might break up with this dude, even if you have children with him. That your father's going to be your father till you die.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is the man who raised you. This is the man who taught you to walk. This is the man who tied your shoes. This is the man who walked you home from school when you skinned your knee and the other girls laughed at you and pulled your hair. That's going to be your dad till you die. Mm-hmm. He's going to be invested in you in a way that another man will not. And that doesn't mean you make your father the head of your household forever. But the bottom line is, if you respect that man, you're going to treat him a certain way.
Right. That's the expectation, though. That's the expectation. But that doesn't mean everyone follows.
Okay. But the bottom line is, everybody doesn't stay out of jail neither. That doesn't mean that everybody don't stay out of jail, Jason. Okay. Yeah. And that if you respect this person, that's what it's supposed to be.
Very true.
And if you have a good relationship with them, or even a semi-decent relationship, you're not going to embarrass your damn father. You don't want to embarrass your mother either. But I'm just saying, you don't want to embarrass your dad. You would be concerned about that. So I'm just saying, usually when these situations emerge, it's somebody who doesn't have a good relationship with their father. Because a father is not going to let some dude run up and run game on you. You and dad are going to have a damn knockdown drag out tonight, because he is not going to let you do this. He's not going to sign off on this. I'm from Louisiana. The conversation usually started with, I don't know where you found this person, usually after they leave. I don't know where you found them, but yeah, nah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's their purpose. And today we've got this idea that you can figure it out on your own. No, you can't. You don't see your deficiencies. You don't see your dark sides. You don't see your inadequacies. Other people see it. They see where you're lacking. They see where if you didn't have a good relationship with your father, oh, I can do this. Well, he's just trying to get sex. He ain't really trying to take care of you for life. Your father has an invested interest in taking care of you for life. Ideally, you will find a man who also wishes to do the same. Ideally. It goes a lot easier when you have a man in your corner to evaluate other men. Because by the same token, can you all tell me that you know for certain if a man is telling you the truth or not, if he is really sincere?
Not necessarily. Like, you got to really just go off of the traits that they're showing you. Because I feel like deep down inside, we can pick up on if somebody's being honest with us or not. And then it always falls on us to follow whatever our gut is telling us. So, and
the reason for that is because as a female, you think with your emotions. As a man, we think with our heads. You know why? Because if I'm in the room with a dude who's a liar, who's cutthroat, who's dishonest, he could get me in jail, hurt, or killed.
Yeah.
I don't have, you see, as a female, you can show some cleavage and some thigh, and if the police show up, they're going to grab them dudes and probably going to leave you there. As a man, I don't have the luxury of being silly and naive with dishonest men. I got to see him for what he is. And if he's not right, my life could be in danger. I got to have a sense to know who's real and who isn't, who's cut right and who isn't. That's not optional. That was what your mother loved about your father, Brazier. I'm going to say this in front of everybody. She loved that about him. He could tell when other men were dangerous. He could tell when other men were bad. He could tell that, and by virtue, it protected her from them. Same thing for the other fella, by the way. Now, maybe she didn't have the greatest personal relationship with him, but that was one of the things she liked about him is, by the way, he sniffs out other dudes. A woman needs that. Preferably you have that in the father so you can see that example as well. So that when you meet a new man, it's like, you ain't like dad. Yeah, you'll go off with anybody. You're a sheep waiting to get took out. Preferably that's the way that goes. But as men pull game because you all can't really tell when a man is not sincere. You might be able to sniff when he's lying, but usually only after he's lied to you 6 or 7 times.
Right.
But what about that first time? The first or second time is the most important. You know, the one that says, I love you. The one that says, I'm going to be here for the kid. The one that says, I want to marry you. Because fellas will sit up here and tell you anything to get you in the bed. They will say anything. And then you find out later, it's like, I'll be damned. I like this guy. I thought he had a lot more options than he did. He's just as desperate as the rest of them. I can't believe I fell for that. He's just as desperate as the rest.
We're real quick to jump the gun. Just off of words, I feel like we should have a more period of a time where we're watching actions and not words, because actions will tell you everything you need to know more often than not. So I think just eliminating what's being said to us, the pillow talk, and following more so the actions. And I don't mean like 1 week, 1 month, consistently throughout the weeks and months. See if the actions match the words.
Right.
But the idea that you need to be emotionally placated and all this young and the restless stuff, that's a problem. Because
what do you mean?
You all are going to get older.
Oh, ain't no one saying you got to watch the actions for years, but you definitely need to see if there's a pattern and consistency in the behavior of the actions.
Yeah, but the problem is you don't have as long of a runway as men do to evaluate it.
What do you mean?
You have to be able to identify the right character traits that are going to carry you for the next 50 years. Whether,
yeah, absolutely. Just like
I'm going to go even further.
Those in the women also.
Whether that man marries you or not.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm just going to tell you right now, in Black society, we're running at like a 50% rate of single mothers out here.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to get in where they fit in. They're going to have to find somebody who fools with them for real.
Yeah.
Whether he marries them or not. We're not having an honest conversation about that either. I'm tired of people sitting up here lying to them and telling them that they have options that they do not have.
All right.
They don't have it. And they're going to hold out forever waiting for a Prince Charming who ain't coming. And by the time they figure out it's not happening, their souls will be broken. And that's the saddest damn thing in the world is an old woman with a broken soul because she's got grandkids. And we didn't have grandmothers with broken souls. We do now. We do now. Now that's not good. Grandma needs to be a rock of strength for these children. In the nurturing sense, grandpa don't nurture kids like that. I mean, you do the Bill Cosby thing. Okay, man, that's not a great example. You do the grandfather thing. That's not us. Grandmothers are nurturing the grandchildren in ways that grandfathers just kind of ain't.
Very true.
It's just different, and it's supposed to be different. Men are not nurturing beings. How does she nurture you if she's walking around with a broken soul? And we're not having honest conversations with them about that. Life is messy. I'm not here to solve the issues of single motherhood and the single program. What I am here to say is to everybody here, I'll be damned. I'm giving you your Andre Brower homicide life on the street moment. When he told that juvenile kid there was the episode with the juvenile kid he's a young man, he thought they were going to sit up here and let him go. The damn judge sentences him to 20, 30 years. Right there in the court. He's a juvenile. He figured, I'm going back to juvie hall. Oh, no. You're going to go pull this weight and you're going to go pull 10 years in prison. And when he's leaving the courtroom, he tells the kid, it's real now, ain't it? Listen to me. Don't do nothing for nobody. Don't take nothing from nobody and watch your back. And he walked out. Now, that wasn't very tactful, but that's reality. Well, look here. Don't worry, there's going to be plenty of men making 200. He can't wait he don't mind you and your kids. You know what? I have a bunch of females in my program every single week who say that right there. None of them are married. None. N-O-N-E. Not a one. But they're all telling me what they can do. But what they're not doing is showing me. They all claim they're dating men who make XYZ amount of money. That's great. He's not making a commitment. 6, 7 years later, she doesn't have any tangible benefits. He hasn't bought her a car. He hasn't taken her shopping. He's not taking care of anything there. And then she's getting worse. Now she's becoming an attitude issue and a disciplinary problem. So if nobody kept it real with y'all about that, your grandparents didn't have social media and garbage to mislead them, and it was never easy. Your great-grandmama was not easy to deal with. She was a damn firecracker. Where do you think you got it from, Jasmine?
Oh, I already know it wasn't easy for my grandparents. I meant in a general statement, not applying to my situation.
But what I'm saying, though, is that the men you meet who you think are going to take care of you at the level that you're talking about here, walking in the door, let's cut the damn Jasmine.
When did I say for a man to take care of me?
I'm talking to the audience right now, but I can get to you in a moment if you'd like to, ma'am. That's perfectly fine, because if you're going to see, can we just fast forward to the part where you just admit, I don't know what you're arguing for. Can we just fast forward to the part where you admit that's what you're looking for too? So can we just fast forward to that? So save me the time to have to go over this again. The type of men that you all are looking for, they're not going to be cut easy. So when I start hearing about how difficult it is, what the hell? You know what's difficult? Taking care of 2 kids for 20 years by yourself during your prime years. Mm-hmm. That's difficult. You know what's difficult? Trying to 2 or 3 kids by yourself for 20 years. That's difficult. Take that. Jason, he got a drinking problem. Take that, negative Alcoholics Anonymous. Even if you got to do like Jennifer Garner did Ben Affleck and drive his ass there. I'll be damned. You do what the hell you're supposed to do. This idea that all these females out here got perfect marriages, your sister doesn't have a damn perfect marriage. I'm not going to get off in her business, but you know it. She can fake in front all she wants to. There's no such thing as a perfect marriage. There's always some garbage going on. That's called the human condition. There's always something going on that nobody wants to talk about, and I'm not here to ask you about it. But let's cut the bull jive. It's not easy. But what you want is not simple. You want simple? Stay single with no kids and keep working the job you got. That's simple. You want easy? Keep doing that. You want to come out here in the damn adult world and actually have some things and do some things? Get ready to rumble. It's just that simple. If nobody ever told you that, it is what it is. Get ready to rumble. It's not going to be simple, nor should it be. If you want a man who's going to sit up here and get you that G-Wagon, that Navigator Black Label, that Aston Martin, that Macan, if you want that, then you're going to have to fight for it. In case nobody told you, you're going to have to fight for it. You're going to have to bleed for it. You're going to have to sacrifice for it. That's what your grandparents did, and everybody's sitting around here pretending that nobody's doing it. And meanwhile, everybody's doing it. And we all got to sit up here and lie to each other and act like we're not doing it. Everybody's doing it, Jasmine. And if you're not doing it yet, you will. If you want that, or just sit on the sidelines. You can just grow old, work till you die. You can do that too. I just wonder how much of your soul will be left when you get there. Because as men, we can shoulder that much better than a female can. You all can't shoulder being abandoned for 20 damn years and carrying children and watching your prime years fall off and thinking about all the things you didn't get to do. That breaks a woman's psyche. That's one of the reasons that men don't like women over the age of 40, because we can see the damn stress. We can see the fractures in their faces and their eyes and the way they talk. They got that 1,000-yard stare. That doesn't inspire a man. Please be careful, Brazier. Just leave the phone where it's at. You don't have to carry it around like Channel 6.
All right, my bad.
But Jasmine, it's not easy. It's not simple. It will not be. Somebody needs to just tell you all, hey, it is what it is. And here's how you're going to manage it. Because that's the conversation that doesn't happen. Your wife is difficult. How are we going to manage that? That's the conversation we used to have. Now it's, oh, everything should be easy, and then it's never easy, and then you work till you die. How's that working out for anybody? The next thing you all can do is stop encouraging men to lie to you. That's a good habit to get over too. Stop encouraging men to lie to you, because we can get whatever we want telling you a lie. How about getting what we want telling you the truth? No takers. All right, well, lying it is. Did you have another question, Jasmine?
I just wanted to circle back to the other topic earlier where you were asking, I guess, what is it? I'm sorry, I probably kind of forgot specifically what your question was, but was it along the lines of what men are looking for in a woman?
Well, I really asked you. Jasmine, I
know a portion of it was about money, but then I know you were saying, like, what is it that a woman brings to the man, somewhere along those lines? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, if you are looking for a productive man, if you're looking for a man of quality and resources, he wants something. So the question is, okay, do you have what that man wants?
I don't want to make a general statement, but I feel like a lot of people are quick to say, oh, as a woman, you need to know how to cook. These are things that men are looking for. But I feel like for a high value man, they're looking more so at your character, your soul. Like, who are you as a person? Are you kind? Are you agreeable? I know this stigma and stereotype, or you may disagree with that part. For
does he have high character at the homeless shelter?
No, I'm not talking about the man. I'm talking about the woman.
Okay. Does she have high character, old and ragged out?
I'm confused.
When you're talking about valuing a woman's character.
Yes, like a high value man is not just looking at a monetary standpoint of a woman. They're looking at the character also. They're looking at, is she loyal? Is she a lot of Black women, like you said yourself, we have the stereotype, and maybe not for some, but to be bitter, to be argumentative. And I think that's also why you do see a lot of Black men outside of their race dating or married, because they're what is said is that white women or Asian or other races are a lot more agreeable, which kind of goes back to what you said also. So I feel like that is something that men look for with the women.
Okay, well, if you wish to call that character, I mean, certainly, I guess that can go into the category
your
of
character trait, your personality trait.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, sure, that can go into the category of that as well. Certainly, that is an issue that needs some addressing. It absolutely does. When women get together by themselves, they need to all have some come to Jesus moments with each other about what really needs to be done. Like, when men understand something, the reason why men are making so much progress today is when we get together online, we actually sit down and talk to each other, not just about the women, but about ourselves. We talk about what we need to do to improve. There is nowhere. There is no place where the women are online getting together with each other, talking about their faults and what they need to do to improve.
No, but I know me and my best friend, we do talk about each other's faults to each other.
Yeah, but you don't talk about it as a group. You don't discuss it as a group. Man, didn't I say stop looking at the comments there? Didn't I say that? Jasmine, if you are rubbing your cankles, can you at least say something first? In any case, they don't talk about it as a group. We gain a lot of advantages because we sit and talk about these things as a group with each other, at least sometime.
I wanted to ask Jasmine something though.
Jasmine, I think Jasmine is tipping in and out. I don't know what she is doing over there.
Can she hear it?
No, she's got her mic off right now, so I'm gonna let Jasmine go here because Jasmine is doing something other than paying attention. Thank you for your input, Jasmine. You're welcome to ask me.
Well,
according to your mom, I know everything.
To ask her how she felt about the thick pool.
About the thick pool?
Yeah, let's ask mom, because I want to ask, like, about the pool full of thick women.
Thick is one word. Gigundous is another. Thick is one word. For those of you who are unaware of what she's referring to here, let me go ahead and put it on your screen for you. Houston, Texas, looking bad. Houston, Texas, looking bad. It was a rough weekend. This was the thick.
Swim thick.
Swim thick. Houston, Texas. The H stands for hypertrophy. High cholesterol. Hypertension. I guess that's what the H in H-Town stands for now. Hypertension, high cholesterol. It certainly doesn't stand for high impact training. It damn sure doesn't stand for that. So now we know what the H in H-Town stands for.
I can't. He keeps saying no, don't read the comments, but like it doesn't hurt my feelings. I
keep telling you that, and you stop listening too, by the way. Can you see what men have to put up with you? Do you see what we have to put up with?
I know, but it's just like it's so funny because somebody said they're corn fed or some shit.
Corn fed, feed bags. Yeah, it's the whole 9 yards. And once again, how much is that going to motivate a man? And think about for a few moments here, there's a whole damn pool full of them. A whole corral.
Not one or two.
This has a devastating effect on their morale. Devastating. Brasia, I have had you on here for a while. But I think it's been informative. I think it's been good here. I want to thank you and your mom. I'm not going to hold you here much longer. I want to thank you and your mom for showing up here tonight. I think it's been informative. I think it has been illuminating.
If I think I've learned a little bit, just like hearing from like there's a couple points I'll probably take with me.
Well, I'm glad to hear that if I've been of any benefit in that regard. And more than anything else, keep watching, keep learning, be skeptical. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions, and don't be afraid to be skeptical.
Most definitely.
Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. I'll be in touch. This has been The Business here tonight. Very good broadcast we had here in this regard. I got some folks on Zoom. Let me see. I got Edwin on Zoom. Let me go ahead and bring him up here. Edwin is working on that, is making its connection to him there. We'll wait to see if he gets his audio together over there. Oh, the phones are off here on Blog Talk. Edwin, not really sure what you're trying to do there, sir, but it looks like you are going off to rob homes. So, no, sir, you cannot come on otherwise. So, here's what we have to do here. Edwin has to go permanently. Folks, if you get on camera here, no, you cannot wear your ski masks. So if you're out carjacking or house robbing, thank you very much for thinking enough of me that you would interrupt tonight's larceny to join me on the program. But yeah, I need you to just Zoom is not the place for that. So he's out looking for a place to commit a home invasion. So no, we're not gonna have that. So now I've got Jermaine on the line. Jermaine, folks, I'm going to go ahead and shut Zoom down if folks don't stop being silly here. So if you did not want to get on camera or whatever, you have no place being on Zoom. So I'm going to give you a few moments to straighten that out. All right, go ahead and unmute yourself, sir.
How you doing, Jason?
All right, brother. And what is on your mind?
Just thought that this particular conversation was very, very interesting. It seems like the ladies first got to deal with the fact of having disdain for men. If you don't deal with that particular issue, then how are you going to even listen or follow a man? It just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Well, I mean, what it shows you is that when a girl has daddy mistrust issues from an early age, and these things are not handled properly, it goes into her adulthood. So when she does meet males, they're going to consistently be the wrong kind. If she does meet the right kind, she's going to fight him. Because she doesn't know, either she doesn't know how to get along with him, or this is so new and different, she doesn't know what to do with it. She's so used to the broken way in which she's done things. Right now, you have a generation of females who they've got huge numbers of them now. Hell, they outnumber us as men, as eligible men, to be totally honest. So they sit around comforting each other in their brokenness and their wrongness. It used to be when the female was wrong, the other females let her look there and look stupid, and she was laughed at. Today, they form clubs and cliques. There's a reason why you can have a whole damn pool full of pachyderms in bikinis sitting up here making an earthquake while they're rumbling around. And yet, nobody's calling them on that. And if you notice from the video and whatnot, you notice there were more women there than there were men. That's the first thing that should get somebody's damn attention. There were more women than there were men.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, bro, when we used to go to pool parties. That wasn't how things were. You didn't have more women than men. You had more women, but you didn't have,
I mean, you had a slight ratio more of women, because as men, we wasn't gonna go if it was gonna be nothing but men. Then we wasn't gonna go.
Nah,
but it wasn't like this. It wasn't like this, where it's like there's one dude for every 10 females. You can literally count the guys on one hand. in this thing. And I'm talking about, and these broads are wearing teeny weeny bikinis. They ain't even wearing nothing, that covers nothing. I mean, I'm talking about, the obesity clinic is like, I'll be damned. And the fellas are just sitting there next to them.
Yeah.
So the reason I'm bringing that up, though, is that what this does underscore is that as men, because my whole thing here tonight was about as men, there's a reason why the broke, and when I use the word broke, I'm really referring to unproductive. Yeah, unproductive men create untold, unlimited havoc.
Well, there was another thought that I had when I thought it was great that you put that whole position together when you said there's a difference between being educated and intelligent. And I thought that was key because a lot of the young ladies, they seem to convolute the two. They seem to kind of put those two things together. Like if you went to school and you had gotten your degree, that means you're intelligent. And that's actually not necessarily true. You can go to school, but you can be indoctrinated. And that don't mean that you're an intelligent young lady. So that was great how you did that, man, because I know that they was kind of confused.
Well, the lexicons have been screwed up here for a while. And if you had individuals dealing in good faith, Oprah Winfrey would have explained this decades ago if they were dealing in good faith. Montel Williams would have explained this decades ago if they were dealing in good faith. Steve Harvey, you name it. They would have explained this decades ago if they were dealing in good faith. But like I know, there's big money in keeping women confused and delusional and single. Man, there's big money. Let me explain this to you all very, very simply.
Sure.
If you take a look at how cutthroat and ruthless the U.S. government has been in invading countries for oil, what the hell do you think they would stop for a second to keep your women single? You think that's going to morally give them a conflict? They blow up countries to take their oil. They think nothing of conditioning your women to embrace being single and watching them destroyed so they can feed into the economy endlessly. They think nothing of that. Absolutely nothing.
You make a good point. I think that's one of the hardest things for people to see is even Black America with, today, that is actually looked at as a piece of a market. Like they don't even see there's the Asian market, there's the white Caucasian market, you have Black market, you have the Taiwanese. I mean, you just have these different markets here in this country, and those markets spend money, and you looked at as a demographic. And
you make a very good point there, especially because I don't know if you work in corporate America or not, but you make a very good point.
No, I'm an engineer.
Okay, well, in many ways you might be close to that. In corporate America, you make a very good point by using the word market, because in corporate America, what you talk about markets is your job is to expand the market. So you see, if we've got 100,000 truck buyers this year, the goal is to figure out how to get 125,000. How do we get 150,000? So if you have a market where you're selling products that cater to 2 million single women, you're now trying to figure out, well, how do I cater to 2.5 million, 3 million? And if you don't believe that's true, take a look at Sex and the City. Take a look at Desperate Housewives. These were shows that literally catered to women being single and attempted to increase the number of women that they catered to every year.
I don't think that a lot of the times people realize how we are studied. I think one of the things that people talk about, I'm pretty sure you know about the Tuskegee experiment and how they were studying Black men with syphilis. That was actually a study, and they were seeing how that disease, how that was going to progress in a human. And I don't think that people realize how much we are actually studied and how much research and information and data and analytics are used to make decisions. I think a lot of the times what we think is that we just move around and just live our life and just do what we want to do.
Oh, you have no idea how much they're thinking about you. I mean, there are whole, you're absolutely correct. There are whole budgets. I've worked for these companies. We had whole departments with multi-million dollar, I'm talking about $100 million
for sure,
dedicated to that. The Philip Morris company for cigarettes, Their marketing
Oh,
budget was the marketing budget was bigger than the research budget. Coca-Cola and McDonald's, same thing. Their marketing budgets are the biggest part of their expenses in all reality. When you take it into account, that's what they spend most of it as, to figure out, how do we expand these markets? How do we understand the customer better than the customer understands themselves? How do we appeal to them without them knowing it? Because there's the real thing. I've taught you all, my number one rule of salesmanship, Jason's number one rule of salesmanship, is convince the customer that the decision to buy was theirs and not yours.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah,
not
for sure.
yours, because if they see your fingerprints on it, they'll resist it. So everything is about getting you to believe that this was a decision that you naturally made on your own. This was what you wanted to do. And in the process, we've co-opted you, and you're not resisting because you truly believe this is something you wanted. This is something you decided, rather than it's something that you were influenced to do. And if I can influence the environment around you, you'll never hear my name. You'll never see my face. You'll never hear my voice. And yet I've helped maneuver you into this the whole time. Think about that for years.
That's a wild thing, because I don't think people even realize. I'm pretty sure you know this too, like how the grocery stores have been set up just so that you can buy. Like the way everything has been set up.
Oh, brother, you're talking about end caps and loss leaders. But brother, we're so far beyond that now.
Oh, yeah,
if you take a look at what is happening on nothing more than Facebook, Instagram, and Amazon, this has been taken to, I mean, we are way beyond end caps and loss leaders.
I just dated myself, bro.
I'm just saying, we're way past that now. The amount of data that they have, and the fact that they make no bones. We get the data, we sell it, we use it. We've got sophisticated algorithms. I was watching
a documentary. TikTok the same?
Yes, the Chinese company, the Chinese company owns TikTok. All that information. Yeah, they've got an algorithm of their own. And now here, the advent of TikTok's algorithm is that it's more aggressive. That was the whole thing for TikTok's. Theirs was calibrated more aggressive. Now, for those of you, because I've been doing experiments on Instagram has changed their algorithm. And I'm now seeing that their algorithm has become more aggressive to attempt to emulate what TikTok is. Because that's a direct threat to them. TikTok could be the end of them. So Mark Zuckerberg has gotten Instagram, and the algorithm is now more aggressive in what it feeds you, what it shows you. One of the things in particular is what it shows you by repeat. Because now it's starting to repeat the things it shows you on a basis. It's something it wasn't doing before. So it's like, okay, you didn't like this the first time. Let's bring it back another time. Let's see if you go for that then. So it's really just going to force feed you as much as it can. And when you eventually do click on it, you believe what? That this was your decision and not theirs.
Sure. It's the same concept. Well, I do have one question. Bro, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Do you think that these particular I do know the human mind, of course, is going to have its own thing, but do you think these things are specifically geared towards the brain of the female mind, the female psyche?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, they have whole focus groups, algorithms calibrated specifically for females. For example, at Amazon, let me go something a little bit different here. I was watching a documentary about BlackRock, and BlackRock, for those of you who don't know, this is an investment company. You do yourself a lot of favors. They own stakes in all your major media companies. Hell, they're worth like $10 trillion. So, I mean, they make Facebook and Amazon and all those put together look tiny in comparison. I was watching a documentary about BlackRock. BlackRock has a supercomputer called Aladdin. And Aladdin's purpose is very simple: to tell BlackRock, basically the holy grail of investing, what to invest in next. That is Aladdin's purpose. When you realize that BlackRock owns so much of banks, there are many banks that BlackRock has a piece of, all your media companies, they don't have to steal the information. They're already getting the information. And now they're putting it into Aladdin, and Aladdin is basically giving them a real picture of what the society is doing in real time. And from there, you can project out forward where it's going to go. Now, that's just BlackRock. When you consider that most of your internet backbone structure today is either built by or supported by Amazon Web Services, and we all know that Amazon has made no bones about their data collection. Everybody is in on this. If they had their druthers, it would be Minority Report. They would have the ability to scan your iris, and then you would be bombarded with a bunch of products and services that are typed specifically to you, that you are most susceptible to buying if they had their druthers. So no, sir, there is I want to say it's multi-billion, but in my opinion, if you put it all together at its size and scale, you're probably dealing with $1 trillion complex calibrated to do nothing more than say, are you a black male living in Seattle? Are you an 18-year-old college student, black male living in Seattle? Are you a 40-year-old black female living in Dallas? Are you a 35-year-old black female single mom living in Louisville? Here's what you can get. What do you do for a living? Here's what we can have for you here. That's literally what it is to be. What you want to be able to do for your advertisers and clients is tell them, look, I can direct your product directly to the customer who will purchase. You're no longer wasting money. Lead it to me. I already know how to appeal to them. I'm going to get this in front of them and they will buy it. You're not going to have to carpet bomb all these people anymore. We're just going to direct your products directly to who's going to buy it. That's the holy grail of marketing, is to be able to sniper only imagine your dollar gives you $1 or $2 rate of return. That's the holy grail. For every dollar I spend, I get $2 back. Well, let me say this differently. For every customer that I spend $1 on, for every customer, I will get $2 back. In other words, we waste no money.
No money,
We waste no money whatsoever. It's all 100% efficient. It only goes to the people who are going to buy. That's the holy grail of marketing. And Jason, are we on our way? We're almost there. We're almost there. Almost. A little bit more, but you're halfway there already. You can already see they got their arms around you. We're almost to a point where, this is just what it is.
They're getting all the data. I mean, data is worth more than gold right now. I mean, data is worth more than gold. Data within itself is, everything is going in the analytics box now.
In the words of Lord Varys from Game of Thrones, I learned that the contents of a man's letters were more valuable than the contents of his purse. And right now, the really diabolical part of it is that you've got so many companies engaging in the exact same behavior now that it would be impossible for antitrust and monopoly to break them up now. If we broke up Facebook, we still got Amazon. If we broke up Amazon, we got TikTok now. You break up TikTok, you got BlackRock. They ain't going nowhere. Do you realize how many companies now we would have to smash wholesale to get this to stop? So there's the real scary part. So as far as understanding this and pushing the behavior that profits them, they're perfectly fine. And remember, this is China. Now, China has a communist government that would never allow the type of behavior over there that they're pushing over here. So TikTok is pushing behavior through their algorithm that the Chinese government has illegal in China. Think about that for a few moments. They don't celebrate single motherhood over there. They don't celebrate LGBT. They don't celebrate those things. That's illegal. They wouldn't let you. It's against the law for you to do that over there. And yet they got a multi-billion-dollar corporation over here doing it over here and pushing it.
But that's the way to break up things here as a society. I mean, to me, it's relatively easy to see I forgot the term for it, but it's a term that was used to sabotage a country from the inside, using certain type of what is it, like a espionage? I forgot the term, but it's a term that you deal with when you want to infiltrate you break up the social fabric of a country first.
Yeah, if you want to destabilize a nation from the inside, then you start doing things like this. So here's the real thing: your multinational corporations do not consider themselves to be Americans. They consider themselves to be global citizens.
Globalists. Yeah. I was about to say, you said America.
So it's just like, we don't care about Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg has his Asian wife. They got their house in Hawaii. He could give a damn about the rest of you. He could give a damn about the rest of you.
That's what the whole connection with all the different countries is all about. I mean, it's a whole global thing. But that's been going on practically since it's been going on for a while now in regards to making everything global.
Well, and what they think of conditioning your women to engage in whatever behavior and whatever the costs are, if it leaves them single, destitute, whatever.
Oh yeah, that don't
did
matter.
we squeeze every
The
dime
most
out
out
of
of
them we could have? We did. All right, throw them on the trash.
Throw them on the
bin.
side. Let's move on. I mean, I get that. I mean, yeah. I mean, that was the whole thing. I think. I'm pretty sure you know about this one with the whole World War II situation, when they saw how much money you can get off the women that's working.
Once they got them
sudden,
into the workforce, it was just like, well, hell,
saying,
this really did work out.
This really
why
did work
do we
out?
have to go? Why we got to go back to the way it was?
Let's not go back. Yeah.
This is working for me.
This is making good money. You can tax them too.
Oh, this is
No, I get it.
This is working for me. And then once they realize, oh hell, once they realize the single motherhood was the lick, then it's just like, oh, okay, well now we got the best of both worlds. We got the ones scrambling to be married, and then we got the ones who never will be. And now they're calibrating to make sure they keep them permanent customers. And as the landscape changes, you've now got think about what single motherhood has done for housing. Think about what that alone has done for housing. Whereas before you had a man and a woman living together, now you have to have twice as much housing or apartments or condos because the females want to be by themselves at the as soon as they leave high school, she wants to go get her own place. We as men, we want to get stabilized before we try to do that. The females will come out of high school, just, let me go get my own place. I'll work at McDonald's and have my own place to get away from my mom. That has been fabulous for the real estate development complex. For sure. That's been fabulous. That's been wonderful. The hell, they sell it as a dream. Remember, Sex in the City. Sex in the City sold that. Friends, girlfriends, living single. Living single. Literally, it's in the damn title. Living single. These were a bunch of girls living by themselves who, if they had been married, they could have downsized and you would need half the amount of infrastructure. So if you're selling this stuff, it's like, hey, we don't care who buys it. The subprime crisis was driven primarily by Black women selling them loans that they couldn't afford.
Oh yeah.
Go look at the PBS documentary, Money, Power, and Wall Street. I've talked about it for years. The PBS documentary, Frontline, Money, Power, and Wall Street. It was primarily driven by Black women knowing that these were loans they were selling that they couldn't afford and couldn't repay, but they're out here. Go ahead and push it. And they did. And now we're looking at a market that looks like it's sizing up to do again what it did in 2007. Based on what we're seeing now. So rinse and repeat, man. Rinse and repeat.
The thing I'm thinking about, Jason, is one of the things that the ladies, I was thinking about the two ladies there. I think it was Jasmine and Brazier, you say?
Right.
The thing they got to get out of their mind is you first have to begin to start listening to competent men. You have to start by really paying attention to the men that are competent and understanding what's going on. Like one of my homeboys, we talk about this all the time. It's knowing those who understand and know the arena that they're in. And if you're around those guys, you're gonna always have a place to win. You're gonna be in a winning position. Let me just say that. But a lot of the times, the ladies, they're not looking for competence. You know what I'm saying? So they make bad decisions early, and then they try to fix it later. And then usually by that time, if you want a competent male and you want a man that is intelligent, he's going to be able to peep game. He sees you as soon as you start walking in and you start talking. You ask a couple of questions, you give your answers. He's going to start to pick up on a couple of things. He may even take you out once or twice, but he's going to catch on to certain behaviors and the way that you talk and the way that you respond. And that's going to make that man who is competent say, nah, I'm not going to deal with that, and keep it moving. So you'd want to catch on to that early. Like, I need to get with a guy who's competent early.
But you have to be able to value that. And when you are when you're taught from a young age, the poison pill of I can do what he does. No, you can't. You cannot do what he does. A man is biologically calibrated to protect and provide. You cannot do that. A man is biologically calibrated to sacrifice himself for his family. You cannot do that. A man is biologically calibrated to look for threats, to think logically and not emotionally. There's a reason why the females will go off and get into a bunch of debt early, and the man's going to say, no, I'm not going to do that because this man across the desk from me you understand this, you and I see the man across the desk from us at the car dealership, at the bank. We see this as an adversarial situation. Now, maybe I'm not going to jump the desk and kick him in the eye, but he's not my friend. I know that he's there to get the best deal and the most leverage that he can for the entity he works for. If I'm trying to get a loan from the bank, he's not working for me. He's working for them. He's not my friend. I don't care how much he calls me Mr. Black. I don't care how much they give me free coffee and cookies. I don't care how much they call me and send me them damn little gift cards I keep getting from Bank of America. I don't care about that because I know where your interests lie. With the average female, they'll butter them up, and she thinks that's her friend sitting over there.
Yeah, for sure.
And you and I are walking away like we're never confused. That's not my buddy. That's not my pal. That's not my friend. Well, Jason, you've known him for a decade. That's right. I do business. I do business with them. I sure do. I had an accountant that I just fired last year. Known the man for over a decade. He went left when he should have went right. And the money wasn't right. The money wasn't right. And it didn't come back. I'm telling my business, the money wasn't right. It didn't come back the way it should have. Changes had to be made. That's got nothing to do with quote unquote friendship because he's not my friend. But you know him for a decade. No, he's been doing my books for a decade.
For sure.
You're getting it twisted and confused. He's done my books for a decade. And if I sit up here and started treating him like he's my friend, I would have overlooked some of the stuff that was happening. So as a man, that's what we do. A woman's not going to do that. That's where we come in. That's what we do. There's a reason why we don't get messed over at the auto repair shop on a regular basis. And the women are terrified because we walk in knowing this is not my friend or my pal. And he's not going to sit up here and smile at me and stuff. We're assuming that the fix is in. That's what we do. That is a part of competence. Incompetence is not being able to identify threats before they materialize. That's incompetence too, by the way. That's incompetence.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What they've been taught is that we're females, and even if we do screw up, the world will take it easy on us when we do.
Well, but remember, it has taken things easy on them until they get to a certain space in life.
Yeah, once they get into their late 30s, and then they're like, okay, I'm ready to
life changes.
I'm ready to take my foot off the gas a little bit and start easing up on it. Then they realize, oh, you can't do that. No. The folks down there, the economy, the society, listen, oh, you can't ease off the gas now. You have a mortgage. You got 3 kids. You have a bunch of consumer credit debt. Oh, you can't ease off the gas. As a matter of fact, you've only got
keep it going.
You're 37 years old and you got $40,000 in your 401k. You need 2.2 million. You got to slam your foot on the gas. Now, I got to work harder than ever. Oh, yes, absolutely. Now, if you had a husband, remember when I did my program about the wealth killer and about women having to work until they die, remember that all the advice that financial analyst was giving all came back to, do you have a man? Are you divorced? Do you have alimony? Do you have an ex-husband? This is the man who wrote the article. Everything he was suggesting came back to, do you have a man? Is there a man you can go call? Do you have a man you can get this from? In other words, the math doesn't work. You will not be able to do this on your own. Because when you talk to Brazia's mom, good salt of the earth woman, but then you take a look at that and realize she don't want to be doing this either. She don't want to be doing this either.
It's a situation that I found to be very interesting to watch how the older women don't really sit down and be honest with the ladies and let them know what the reality is. It's a very I know you've talked about this before. I'm a first-time caller, but I've been listening to your broadcast for a little while now. And it's a real phenomenon to watch how the older women don't really sit down and tell them the reality. It's almost like they keep them at arm's length of like what's really happening in their life. Like they don't want to sit back and say, girl, I'm 41 years old and it ain't easy out here.
Yeah, but the reason is because the older women are still on the battlefield competing alongside the younger.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No disrespect to Asia or her sister. But mom was literally on my phone talking about she gonna go hit the strip with her girls. Ma'am, are you serious? Are you serious? You're literally on my phone talking about you gonna hit. Well, me and my girls, what are you talking about?
Oh, you know what? I had a conversation with a young lady, and she did kind of express to me something in regards to what you're just saying. The women, when they see each other differently. So it's like when they see a 41-year-old or 44-year-old or older woman that looks good for her age, they interpret that as something that can pull men that of competence and high value and all this stuff, high quality men, and keep them because they look good for their age. So a good example of that would be, some of the women from En Vogue, right? That might look pretty decent for their age because they're taking care of themselves. But then I had to explain to her, like, wait a minute, that's how you see them. But you got to understand the way that men see them. What we see can actually, regardless of the fact that she does look pretty good for her age, there is a repulsion that happens with men.
Well, because
like, well, what do you mean?
The issue is that they don't see us the way we are. They see us when they talk to men. They try to project onto us what they think we should want.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's how they operate for the most part. They usually say this is what we should want, but that's just not what it is. So I had to explain to her, like, just like how you would have a repulsion of a guy, let's just say he walks in the room, he's way overweight, right? He's not really making money at all, right? He's not doing really well, maybe making $35,000 a year, but he's morbidly obese, or he's just an obese guy and he walks into the room. And the way you have that repulsion when he comes and goes, hey, how you doing? I want to say hello. And the way you would feel about that guy, like, oh, I'm not really, feeling that. And I'm like, the way that you would feel as a female with that guy coming to you is the same way that a guy feels when the older woman who might look pretty all right for her age, but she coming to me like she got some type of leverage on me. That's going to be repulsive. I'm like, wait a minute. Slim, you're not 22 years old. Now a 22-year-old who looks very good, who comes my way, that gives me a little bit of sassiness and whatever. I might feel that, oh yeah, maybe I could work with her. Maybe she can get an understanding of certain things, and maybe she might make some different changes because she might look pretty good look pretty good at 22. But you 42 and you coming to me like that, I'm gonna feel repulsed. I'm gonna go, Slim, don't you know I have a lot of options here? I don't have to be spending my time with you. And you giving me all of this?
Well, the issue here, brother, is that they've been conditioned to believe that they can tell the men what kind of man he has to be. And that's just never going to work. You can't choose for a producer what kind of man he's going to be. You don't get to custom make him and custom tailor him. You get what's being served. And if you don't make a selection, then you just made a selection. Talking about the way dudes are looking, that remind me of Notorious Big. We all remember him.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's the thing. Yeah, Biggie, he was talking about, I'm fat, black, and ugly, but he's productive. And he understood this. He understood, yeah, you can, all that aesthetic stuff, yeah, I don't wait at that. But I'm productive as hell. I'm driven as hell. I'm over-exceeding. I'm outperforming my peers. What he did was overcompensate in the other areas where he could. Another case in point, Suge Knight. Technically speaking, Suge Knight was obese. Technically speaking, now he was a lineman, but technically speaking, you'd have to say that. But I mean, when that dude walked in the room, all 6'4", 300 and something pounds of him, that was commanding. His shoulders never stopped coming in the damn room. When he stood up on the stage, folks were afraid of this man for a reason. But guess what? The females loved Suge Knight.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I don't know how old you are, but you look like you're about as old as me. You remember at the top of the game in the 90s, the females loved Suge Knight. They did not like Suge Knight. Don't let any of your grandmamas and mamas lie to y'all. They loved Suge Knight.
Yeah, married or not, they was definitely giving it up to him for sure.
They loved that him, Barry White. I can keep going for a minute here if I just want to. So like I said, you don't get to choose what the producer is. And instead of, and here's the real issue, all these complaints they jaw jack their mouths about when they're in their 20s, you start hearing that in their 30s. All of a sudden, they don't have any of those, all those things of, oh, I had to leave because X, Y, Z. And then once they get left on their asses, like, okay, we're not complaining anymore. So the older females are not leveling with the younger females because the older females are actually still competing against the younger ones. Or should I say, they tell themselves they are. Because
that's what I was thinking.
You're not really competing. All you really doing is clogging up the room because you making it where we got pushed past you. Okay, where your daughter at? And that's what it ends up being. So they're out of touch with what's going on. But the daughters are thinking that, well, mom, biologically, you expect the mom got some game to give. And then they find out it's a hard ass lesson to find out later. I'll be damn, she ain't got no game.
Yeah. You remember Patrick Ewing?
Oh, yeah.
Remember what he was playing for the Orlando Magic at the end
No.
of his career?
Not a basketball fan, but I remember Ewing.
Well, I'm just saying, it's just like how you watch these guys, man, when they still trying to hold on and they older in the sports world. And it's like you see the decline.
Oh, yeah. Ewing, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe, Michael, Brett Favre. And they love the game. They love the game. That's great. Sure. But
they are still marketable.
They love the game,
put them out there.
But you ain't winning no more championships. That's not happening. So you're going to sell T-shirts and shoes till the end of time. Yes. What you're not going to do is take us to another Super Bowl or to another NBA championship. Now that you're not going to be competitive. And what happens in that world is we move them off the court.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's my point. And that was my
we don't ask them if they wish to leave. Did you see that draft we just had?
Yes. We just drafted a LeBron James, Michael. You're gonna have to get up out of here.
Yeah. First we move you to the second and third string. Next we move you to. You might get the executive office. You might just be leaving. We're not sure, but what it will not be is a discussion. It won't be that. So as men, we understand that when we lose our ability to perform, nobody comes along to coddle us. For example,
it's time to go.
You don't have a bunch of old dudes at the Young Cats Club. That's not really what you have. The Young Cats got their club. The older dudes got theirs. You don't see a bunch of older dudes walking into the Teeny Boppers Club. You might catch one or two of them niggas. They get laughed out of there by everybody. But the older women have absolutely no problem walking in there. So what I'm saying is you're sending the message to your daughters that you're still in competition. That you still got a prayer, that you still have some leverage, rather than telling them, baby, the game is over and done for me. Let me show you how to not end up over here, but the game is done for me. And that's not what's happening. They refuse to be honest with themselves, about what they want, about what they need, about what they want, and what they can really get. Those are the three things that they are not being honest about. What they need, what they want, and then what they can actually get. And so they end up saying silly things and talking about he was this, that, and the other. If you want a man, as you all know, I've done documentaries talking to multimillionaires. In the case of Don Peoples, a billionaire. And let me tell you, all of them are the same.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm here to tell y'all, you ain't met a man whose paper is straight for real, and they're not all the same.
Pretty much.
They're all the same. I've met these people. They're all the same. This is a damn fantasy that you're going to take him. He's going to be this cutthroat swashbuckler to the rest of the world, and then he's going to come home and drop the world at your feet because you're so great and wonderful and special. It's a fantasy, and then they're female friends tell them, repeat the fantasy to them, and then they meet the real damn world and it doesn't work. And they've been conditioned to think, well, don't worry, there'll be another one. And you and I both know, baby, by the time you cross that line from 25 to 27, it thins out. It thins out. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to watch that whole thing. It's like I see a lot of metaphors, like we watching Michael Jordan fade out, and it's like you watch the reality of the real world. Like you're gonna get phased out, and even men will get phased out. But the question is when. So I think it was imperative for people to just continue to learn from competent men. Get out of your own head and learn from competent men, and then start to, be wise with your decision making. And then maybe you can decide to say, hey, wait a minute, I'm a woman, I have 2 kids, I have to make different decisions if I want to have a competent man. What type of sacrifices am I willing to make? And one of those sacrifices might be, he might be, exercise his option and mess with another chick, who knows? But you gotta be realistic about where you are. But like you said, I know a lot of them that drunk the sauce and they believe in it. They still caught up in the matrix, bro.
The hard lesson that doesn't get taught is you have to sacrifice something. And
sure.
I had
It's a
Vanessa
cost to
on there. As
everything.
y'all know, that's been one of my YouTube shorts. And I can have it all. Baby, you got 2 kids in your 30s. I can have it all. And they really do. I don't think they really
Cost to
believe
everything.
it. I don't think they really believe it, but they really keep saying it because this has become a game of blind auction with the men. Society
you don't think
will
they
be
believe it?
no.
I think they believe it, bro.
Sir,
I think they
no.
actually inwardly, I think that, well, in order to cope, I think they have to believe
No,
it.
it's
almost
politics. It is politics. Remember, the loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. It's politics.
For sure.
This isn't a statement being made for her and her friends. This is a political document being directed at you. This is something for you to hear. You're the one that this message is being sent to. This is not something that is being intended for her and her friends. This is a political document, a political statement of beliefs, specifically directed at you in order to bid up the price as much as possible. Once again, remember, this is a blind auction. The only reason that a woman can say, I can have it all, is for one reason: because you and I do not have direct access to see her DMs, her emails, or whatever, to see, okay, let me see who the men are who are actually approaching you. What is their caliber and what they're actually offering? We can't see it. So, and she knows we can't see it. So since she knows we can't see it, it becomes a blind auction.
She could play the game. I got you. That
makes sense. Once she said, no, I got 2 doctors and a lawyer. I got 2 doctors and a lawyer trying to talk to me. So you'll recognize this dynamic from a car dealership. Like, for example, if you ever bought a new car, that one that was in demand, you know, what's the first thing that happens? You tell the salesman, okay, look here, if you knock $2,000 off the price of this thing, I'll go ahead and run this. What is he going to come back with? Well, I got some folks who are going to come in this afternoon at 4, and they're going to pay full price for it here. So it probably ain't going to be here when you get back. So if you're old enough, you've seen that kind of thing going. So what you have to realize,
you know the time.
Is this a real, does he really believe this? Or is this just a political statement being directed towards you to get a certain response? What he's not going to do is let you call the people he just claimed are coming to look at this thing. Now, he's not going to let you do that. Let me go ahead and call them up right quick and see if they're still coming. If they're still coming, I'll go ahead and pay you right now. Well, I can't do that. So that's confidential.
Confidential,
okay. All right. Well, in that case, then I ain't worried about it then. If they're calling, they ain't coming. If they're coming, they're not calling. So I'm not worried about it.
Got it, bro.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight, brother. We appreciate that. As always here, a lot of good game here we can talk about as well. So appreciate that. There's a lot to learn. To all my folks out there who've been through that experience, you bought cars or things like that, just understand the political document when it's being given to you. This is a political document intended to influence your behavior. It is not an actual statement of physical ability. It is just something in particular intended to influence your behavior. That's all. That's all. Because here's the issue. If they actually believe that, they'd have it. No woman wants to be wandering around out here single, damn it. There isn't a female over the age of 25 who wants to be sitting out here navigating this insane sexual marketplace. Not a one. And this has all become kabuki theater and shadow boxing over a bunch of stuff they don't want because they're trying to figure out, how can I bid that damn price back up to where it was when I was 21? I'm trying to get back there. How do I get back there again? And rather than concede that the game is over, it's just like that game face and that poker face that they inherited when they were in their late teens and early 20s. Boy, that thing gets etched in stone when they get in their 30s, even when there's nobody else bidding. This is the insane part about it. There's no one else bidding. We're all given the breath of life, but if you actually value the damn thing, what you're going to do is you're not going to be wasting it. And all the damn bravado and tough talk, that is a waste of it. You don't get to choose the caliber and type of man that he is. You don't get to select that any more than he gets to select the caliber and type of female that you are. He needs to get what he needs. And if you're a woman, you're intelligent, you get what you need. And then you work with every damn thing else. You work with every damn thing else. But this idea that you're going to get over and you're going to steal and you're going to take and folks are just going to throw things at you, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Now I will go back to another thing here. There's an idea and an element of respect that has been missing. There's an idea and an element of respect that has been missing. And I did a nice program about why broke men can't afford pretty. The reason for that is because respect is earned, it is not given. And the more that men get in uniform and in line with having their act together, then when you move as a group, you can demand respect when you move as a group. But you have to get there first. You have to get there first. That can be difficult to have. That can be difficult to have. You don't get to choose the caliber of the man. If you have an opportunity to have a man who is going to take care of business, you better figure out a way to work with that, especially if you know for a fact that you are a hard-ass woman to deal with, and most of you are hard women to deal with. What I'm giving you is simply the facts of life about how to deal with these things. I'm just giving you the facts of life about how to deal with these things. That's important. I didn't sugarcoat it. I didn't dance around the bush about it. I didn't dance around the facts about it. These can be hard things to hear. If you are a young woman and you are socially disaffected, emotionally imbalanced, selfish, immature, and you make the wrong decisions, or you think you made the wrong decision, because let's just keep it real. That dude was probably the best you could do. Ladies, we need to have a come to Jason moment. You're going to have to get off your high horse. In many cases, you may not like it, but that man was probably the best you could do. There's a bunch of you who think that you're in line for Morris Chestnut or Denzel Washington. No, you're not. That man was the best you could do for what it was you wanted. Because you're a disciplinary problem. You are hard-headed. You've gone from one failed relationship to another. You never got it right. Maybe that fella is the one you need. And maybe you just don't want to accept that because you don't want to accept the fact that, damn, that means I'm pretty damn hard-headed. Maybe that fella is what you need. Maybe that is what you're supposed to have. Maybe that's the only one that can deal with you long term. Maybe that's the only one that can remain committed to you long term. Maybe that's the only one that will actually invest in you long term. Maybe that's the only one who will. Maybe your fantasy that you are just this soft, delicate, effervescent flower, maybe that's just a lie. And you aren't able to get the men to buy into it. Maybe you just have this overinflated, outrageously, grotesque entitlement mentality to you. And you didn't grow up soon enough to realize, you know what, that's not reality. And I'm going to say something else here. With all due respect to Brazier, I would say all due respect to Brazier. When I asked her mom, did this man drink before he met you? No. Some of y'all stood up here and bring out the worst in men. Let me just say that right now. Some of y'all bring out the worst in men. But you don't tell that part of the story. That's why I kept saying over and over again, he's not here to defend himself. He's not here to tell me his part of it. He's not here to tell me what he was putting up with when he was with you. He's not here to explain that. So I'm not going to sit up here and just pretend like everything is fine. No. A lot of you bring out the worst in men. You take a fellow who was ambitious and driven and he was good natured and everything, and then you just rape it from him. And then all of a sudden he's supposed to just sit there and everything's supposed to be lovely. That's my issue with it. That's my issue. That's my issue with it here. There's a lot of you out there who turn these men bad. You met this man and he was one way and you kept pushing and being a problem. And then after he's gone into survival mode, you're then ripping him apart in front of the world, telling them how bad he is. But you're not telling them about how he invested in you. He put his faith in you. And next thing you know, you sat up here and ruined it. You're not telling the world that part. Women never approach people, tell them, let me tell you how I screwed up my marriage. Let me tell you how I destroyed it. Let me tell you how I messed it up. Let me tell you about, he married me for a reason. And I said yes for a reason. But now that I have an opportunity here, I'm going to leave out everything I did that made this bad. Because that doesn't look so great on me. Why don't you tell them that part? Why don't you tell them the part about how so many of you here break these fellas and you turn them bad? You sit here and ruin them, and then you sit up here and condemn them because you ruined them. If you're a woman who goes from one man to another man to another man to another man, and things don't ever work out right, there's only one common denominator. Your job is supposed to be his refuge, and instead you're trying to figure out how you can get what you can get, how you can get it. There are too many of you living like that, and then you go tell your daughters and everything else, hey, why don't you tell them the truth? I didn't say yes to him because he was a bad man. I said yes to him because he was everything I wanted, if not everything I needed. And then I went to work to turn it bad because I couldn't be satisfied, because I couldn't be happy, because enough wasn't enough. Because it needed to be all about me. And the more I got, the more I took. That's the part that doesn't get stated. The men get ripped to shreds, but that's the part that doesn't get said. No woman marries a man who's hell on wheels. But we also know one thing. Men don't change after they get married. Unless this man realizes, I'll be damned, I'm in survival mode here. It's real easy for y'all to talk about my marriage from the streets. You don't have to live with this woman. You don't have to live under these circumstances. It's real easy to say that. It's hell dealing with a female who is on a suicide mission. That she can't be happy. She's on the way to destroying herself and you handcuffed to her. And there's a bunch of fellas out here right now. You're dealing with that. You've dealt with that. You've been through that. There's a reason you can't have that anymore. Rihanna, ain't you supposed to be with your husband? Facts are not anti-female, ma'am. It's called accountability. I know females say that accountability is anti-woman. Math is not anti-woman, nor is it anti-man. If you have a man who is ambitious, a man who is driven, he has leadership, everything, and if you know you are a female with a bunch of damn problems, you need to hold that. And you need to own that. Or you're gonna wake up one day and you're gonna be in your 40s and all you're gonna have is this turgid, putrid list of males who ran through you. And if there was somebody in there who really fooled with you for real and was actually going to change your life and do something, you've made mortal enemies out of them, and now you'll just work until you die. The author Stephen King once said that hell is repetition. There are a bunch of women today and their lives are repetition. They ain't going nowhere. What they got is all they're going to get. What they've got is all they're going to get. And all they do is sit around talking, regurgitating these failed, phony talking points. Shout out Rihanna. That's even worse. Now, I can't confirm that she has a husband, but let's just assume that she does. She's giving advice that didn't work for her. That man never would have married her if that's the way she was. If that's really what she was about, that man wasn't going to marry her. She's selling something to other people that doesn't apply in her own home. This is what females do today. They sit around and lie to each other. They lied to each other. If this man was so awful and abusive, why in the hell were y'all out there in the damn street fighting for him? If he was so damn bad, why were y'all out there in the street fist fighting for him? You sit up here and you come back and you paint this jaded, cynical, distorted picture of what occurred. No, you ain't gonna be out there in the damn streets fist fighting for somebody who ain't worth a damn. If it's all downside, if you're just this gentle, easy flower to deal with. Take a look at the results. No, not you running your damn mouth. Take a look at your results. With all due respect, you really think you're going to Dubai? I want the young females to understand these are decisions that were made early on. These decisions were made early on. And the females who still have the opportunity to have that life, if you listen to the ones who are selling you wolf tickets, okay. Rihanna, I mentioned love already, ma'am. You are behind. Love is a word that I talked to your mother about that. Maybe you can go replay the program, ma'am. Love is a word that means whatever you wish it to mean. You cannot define love for another person. If another person says that love is him sitting on the couch while you work 50 hours a week, guess what? You can't say that he's wrong if he truly believes that. So love is a placeholder word that means whatever you want it to mean. Love is a symbolic term that means whatever you wish it to mean. Because you can't tell somebody else that their definition of love is invalid. It means whatever they say it means. Now, maybe you don't agree with that definition of love, that their definition is yours, but you can't tell them that theirs is wrong. So no, you're still holding on to intangible concepts such as love. You know what isn't intangible? The rent. You know what isn't intangible? Reliability. You know what isn't intangible? The car note. You know what isn't intangible? Buying school clothes. You know what isn't intangible? Retirement. You want to know what hard is? Hard is a female that can't be taught anything. Hard is a female who is happy struggling, or at least she's left struggling. Hard is having to carry the kids and the car note and the rent for the rest of your damn life because you can't be agreeable and you can't get anybody to deal with you. Hard, that's hard. There isn't a man on this planet that is as difficult to deal with as the messes you get yourself into. That's hard. Brasia is rough around the edges because I can see where she got it from. I can see where she got it from, and it's going to take her time to shake that off. It's going to take time to shake that off. She doesn't trust people easily. She doesn't trust men easily. And after her recent experience, that just got 10 times worse. And now she's going to need a man who has patience. That's going to be the real issue. Now she's going to need a man who has patience with all of this detritus. She's going to need a man who has patience with that. And the men today, they've been run through the ringer by so many other females. He's got his own issues he's having to deal with from the last 4 or 5 ungrateful females that he sacrificed for. And here she comes. Well, I need you to have some more patience here. It's an uphill climb. It's an uphill climb. I want y'all to understand what you are dealing with here. Don't let somebody sit up here and pull a con job on you and a game on you. Take a look at their results. Take a look at the results. We have a culture that celebrates lying to females and then convincing the females to lie to themselves and then telling me, oh, you're perfectly fine and happy. You're perfectly content, struggling. And that's not the case. You're sitting around with a bunch of lonely ass females. You're racking up body counts. Nothing's getting done. And if they were honest with you, they would sit down and say, you know what? Are you an easy woman to deal with? And you would sit there and tell the damn truth. No, I'm not. Then you need a fella who is built to handle something as difficult as you are. And instead, you're like, well, yeah, but I can't get over on him if I do. If I get that guy, I can't get over on him. Stop trying to get over on them. But to the fellas, I started tonight's program to make a point here. And I know I've been chief ass kicker tonight. But I started tonight's program here to make a point. That as men, ultimately at the end of the day, your ability to call hands and get people to take you seriously is going to come back to your ability to produce. And we have a bunch of males right now who are underproducing, mad as hell and upset about their options. It is going to take excellence to overturn that. And it will not happen overnight, but it will require excellence. It'll require excellence. That's the way that you change the way things get done. When the men increase the ratio of excellent men that we have, then those excellent men can call hands. And the more of them there are, the more of an impact it will make. You know why? Because women respond to rewards. Women respond to productivity. Society responds to that. The world responds to that because there is no substitute for it. There is no substitute for it. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. And this is not about tricking off anything. I've already given you all the game about that. I might cover this up. I might cover this on tomorrow's Patreon. I might follow up on this. But as men, when you are financially struggling, your standards as a person plummet. Let me say that again. when you are a male, when you are a man and you are financially struggling, then your standards as a person fall off the damn map. They fall off the damn cliff. And on this screen right now is really highly illustrative of how high or how far the mighty have fallen. This should be an embarrassment. It should be. You have a few fit guys in here. These guys are physically fit, but this tells me what their financial status is. You got a couple of guys here, when the camera comes around here a moment, got washboard abs, and they're sitting around a bunch of females with wash tub abs. That tells me what his finances are like. That tells me what his social status is like. That tells me what his accomplishments are like. Your woman is a representative of you. Your woman is a representative of your accomplishments or your lack thereof. Your woman is a representative of you. That is why they're valuable, because the woman you're with gives me a very clear idea of what you've done in this world or what you haven't done. And if you're a guy who's physically in shape, but I'm taking a look at the quality of women that you gravitate to, what that tells me is that the females who look better and represent better ain't interested in you. What is this? Only begs one question here. What is it that the fit females, the ones who physically exude excellence, sophistication, and class, what is it that they saw in these guys that made them keep walking? When she got to know these fellas, or if she started the conversation with them, by the way, fellas, what is it that the women who are actually presentable, what is it that they saw in you that made them say, I'm good, I'm gonna keep walking? What was it? What was it? These are young men, and yet this is the best they can do. That tells you a lot. Right now, this is the clown show. But it's also dangerous, because these fellas are never going to be motivated to do anything for any of these slop hogs. They're not going to be motivated to do anything for them. And anybody out there trying to defend the Burger King pool party, just understand the fellas are not motivated by this. There isn't anything here that motivates a man to say, damn, I got to get my weight up. Okay, that was a bad example. I got to get my money right. There isn't anything here that motivates a fella to do that. Nothing. And you know it's evidenced by the fact that, by the way, all the weave out here too, this is a damn clown show. You've never seen more real fat and fake hair. Have you ever seen more real fat and fake hair in one concentrated area? They're going to have to replace the filter in the pool when they get done. There's going to be so much horse hair clogging it up. I'm not even laughing. I'm not even joking. They're going to have to replace the filter on the pool to get all the horse hair out of it when they get done. And here's the saddest part, and I'm going to leave you all with this. Do you realize it hasn't dawned on the women here how bad the situation is? It hasn't dawned on them. It hasn't dawned on them how bad the situation actually is. You know why? Because they didn't come here to get a man. They came here to commune with other women who are losing. That's what they came for. They came here to commune with other women who are losing. They're drawing comfort from seeing take a look at this. They're seeing dozens of other women just like them. But you know what you don't see? You don't see any men here offering them anything. In the chat room, no, it's not shame on the person who recorded this. The person who recorded this, I consider this like one of those videos being snuck out of prison that shows how bad the conditions are at Rikers Island. They did us a favor. Shame on the men here. And I use the term men advisedly, skeptically. Shame on the men here. They should be ashamed of themselves. They should be ashamed to be standing there. They damn sure should be ashamed to be in the pool. They should be ashamed to be anywhere near this or associated with this. They should be ashamed of themselves. This is a sad commentary. You tell me if any of these fellas are ever going to be able to approach a female who's a certified 10 for the rest of their lives. She already saw what you're willing to accept. She already saw what you're willing to accept. How are you going to convince a female who is about something to sit up here and give her best to you when she saw what you're willing to take? She already saw what you're willing to accept. This is why single mothers have the hardest damn time out there, because how in the world are you going to convince a man that who's got his act together that he needs to sit up here and go above and beyond for you? He already saw that you were willing to accept Pookie and Ray Ray and pay their way. You need to accept reality. These fellas here are doing grievous harm to the rest of us. Grievous harm. What should have happened was it should have been a bunch of these beached whales here roaming about the pool, and there should have been no males in sight. So somebody could show that, by the way, yeah, they all showed up. The men was like, yeah, we good. But the women showed up because at this point now they're so desirous to feel good in losing that they're willing to accept any company at all. Think about this right here. These guys, these fellas don't have to be competitive. Do you realize what this says? These guys are like, well, there's a bunch of females here and I don't have to be competitive. I don't have to compete. I don't have to excel. I can just be me. I don't have to offer them anything. I don't have to work on anything. I don't have to buy them an Escalade. I don't have to sit up here and get them a Mercedes S-Class. I don't have to do any of that. The rest of you fellas sit up here and go work yourselves to the bone. I don't have to do that. Yeah, I'm willing to accept this. Shame on the fellas in this picture. Shame on them for sitting here and enabling this. It's bad enough that the females have a multitude of company, but it's even worse for you to be here enabling it, giving them the phony impression that they've actually got the ability to do this. That if they can stay the way they are and there's a man who will accept them. And then they get to know you damn fools. And then they realize, oh, you ain't no type of man to keep. Yeah, you accepted her in her deficient state. And then when she tries to make a husband out of you, she realizes, I'll be damned, this nigga ain't worth nothing. She should have seen that coming in the damn door because he was willing to accept her the way she was. And by the time she wakes up and starts letting go of the foolishness, there are no options left. There's a lot to learn here. A lot to learn. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up tonight. We've been on for 4.5 hours. I want to send a big thanks here to Brazia. Thank you for extending your time on that. I'll send a thanks to Brazia's mom. Thank you, Jennifer, for weighing in and bringing us the final report card. We appreciate that. Of course, you're always welcome to join us. I want to thank all of you for joining us here tonight on tonight's broadcast. I want to send a big thanks to everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program here tonight. on PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. I think B1 Media is a lifesaver, or thank you very much for joining us here tonight. Everybody else who was on Super Chat, I'm sorry I didn't get to say your names out here, but thank you very much for joining us here as well. Everyone on PayPal or Cash App, if you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that laid the foundation upon which all of your favorite YouTubers are stealing these things. This is the program that all of them love to hate and they talk about behind their backs. You joined us here live tonight. If you're not a member of our Patreon, I'm going to be doing that here tomorrow, 12 noon Central Standard Time. So you definitely want to join us for that as well. And if you haven't clicked that red subscribe button, that yellow notification bell, you want to go ahead and do that as well. I want to thank all of you for joining us here tonight. We will be doing this again here soon. This concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.